Hey, what's up everybody? It's Lids, and we're back for some more of the First Descendant, and last time we completed at least the starting difficulty of the main campaign, and learned that while that's sort of a stopping point, it isn't entirely the definitive stopping point. We'll talk more about that in a second. We did play some Valby, who was one of / my favorite characters in the beta, but we're playing her for the first time in full release, so I leveled her up a little bit in between streams. She's not yet at cap though, so we might look to play her a little bit more today. And we did also unlock Blair, but he is still sitting on level 1 because we've not yet used him, so might get around to playing him. The big thing though for today is the main thing that comes next after finishing the normal difficulty of the campaign, that is starting on hard mode, which takes us to the same areas if we switch to hard mode. However, there's higher difficulty and, well, most notably, the enemy level in these encounters is 100. Seemingly in every single encounter, and that's a pretty significant jump from the next highest thing we've seen. We poked our head in the Hanged Man boss fight, which was something like level 90, either 94 or 96, but this is even higher still, and we didn't even finish that Hanged Man fight. So this will be tough, one has to imagine. And I assume that means that we'll start getting some gear that is level 100, which, or possibly even slightly higher than that depending on the enemy, which would give us the potential to significantly improve how much damage we're dealing and how much defensive stuffs we're getting from our external components, all that. But, and then I'm also curious, I mean, it directed us toward Kingston as the starting place for hard mode. That is, of course, the first place for the normal campaign, but it looks like we can do these missions in any order, so not entirely sure how that works. And you know, can we go to the other areas in hard mode as well? Because it kind of looks like it, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is also level 100 in the Sterile Land, so is that just, no matter what, always going to be the highest possible level? Because if so, then eventually, well, it's a good thing and a bad thing. It means that if you can handle level 100, it's not going to get much harder than that. Unless, you know, the enemy variety and what have you is reason enough to make things more challenging. But it also means that there is a bit of a hard cap on how strong we can become with our gear, since we're not going to get anything higher than level 100, or maybe 101, 102, if that is possible with the higher level, or with like elite enemies and bosses and what have you. So we'll start in Kingston, but before we do, let's just take a look at what the state of our research and all that stuff is, because I think we had a few things waiting in the queue, or that were in the process of getting researched last time. And that includes Smithereens, which we started using. Well, we equipped it. We didn't use it very much, but this will be our second round of this weapon, so we will now be able to upgrade it. Oh, one other thing worth noting is there was a patch in between now and our most recent session, and in that patch, perhaps the most notable thing is the infiltration missions, the strategic outpost missions, which previously had a 5-minute cooldown, which made it really hard to grind those, since there were some drops that were really important there. That cooldown has been dropped all the way down to 1 minute, so they are now much easier to farm, which I think is probably a good thing, because we were trying to get Glay not that long ago, and it requires getting 2 specific drops from those missions, which have a low drop rate, and they're amorphous materials, and even then, once you use the amorphous material, it's an even smaller percentage chance to get the specific craft out of that. So making that process quicker and easier, I think, is definitely going to be beneficial for us and probably just about everyone. And then Greg's Reversed Fate, another one that we are done with here. I think this might be the first time we're crafting this. think I might have gone in and picked up one or two of the last pieces, or maybe we just had to craft the components and didn't have them all ready to go until today. So there we go. And then the energy activator. Now this is the really big enhancement material, if you will. The one that increases your maximum module capacity on either a character or a specific weapon. So these are not easy to craft in terms of the resources that go into them, and it takes something like 27 hours, more than a day, to craft them. So I think they might be the longest duration crafts, unless maybe some of the ultimate characters take even longer than that. And then just a little bit of more crafting materials, ones that are a little bit less significant, but ones that we might find ourselves using if we do find ourselves getting a whole bunch of level 100 weapons and using those to bump up all of our existing weapons to level 100 and modifying them further, all that stuff. So, I mean, we could proactively get even more of those types of things. This is the one that increases the level of unique weapons, which, I mean, I'm kind of anticipating. If we can assume level 100 or maybe 102 is going to be the absolute maximum level we will ever get, then it does give us a definitive answer about when we can use these guys and not have to worry anymore about having our weapons become outdated and under-leveled. So we'll get one of those and maybe do some for, this is the non-unique weapon version of the crafting material. And those just take 10 minutes, so that should be nice, quick, and easy. Okay, so with that stuff, let's just take a look at upgrading the smithereens, because I think we can do that now. The devs also did preview some things that are going to be coming in the next patch, which is, I think this one was technically, they framed it as a little bit more of a hot fix, so to speak. I can't remember if there's anything that was, you know, like a technical issue they were resolving. But next week, it sounds like there's a pretty significant patch. In fact, one that's going to add at least, I think two new characters, technically. Luna, one of the NPCs who was a Descendant, who we had heard of, we had conversed with at several points in time. She's the person who has a unique ability to, well, do something having to do with sound. It's not entirely clear what, but sound and music is her thing. And they gave a little bit of a description of what that's going to turn into in terms of her abilities, and some unique support-related stuff that is based on the rhythm with which you use skills, and that sounds really cool if it's executed well, so I am very curious to see how that plays out, and I'll be curious also to see how exactly we acquire her, because presumably we're going to need some sort of crafting resources to do so. I think Smithereens is actually going to get stronger. They suggested that something along those lines is going to take place. And then, even, I think the other one that we just picked up, Greg's Reverse Fate, I think is also getting stronger. Or maybe I'm conflating those two things. But the unique ability, I think, for the Greg's Reverse Fate, they were saying they were going to make it proc more often, something along those lines. Well, let's see what that ability is. Oh, I also have a bunch of junk in here. And it should just scrap the actual junk and not the unique stuff. Let's take a look. Okay, so Greg's Reverse Fate, firearm once used by the Vulgis Commander Greg. Of course, how could we forget? It is highly effective against enemies with a max shield. Okay, go on. So, Shaping Destiny, that is a cool name. On hitting an enemy with max shield, proc Bombardment on the enemy's location with a set chance to inflict burn on enemies hit by that bombardment. Okay, so usually there's a downside for the unique weapons, and in this case, it's accuracy. But Bombardment has a 30% trigger rate. Is that if we're hitting an enemy with full shields, then it has a 30% trigger rate. And when you do that, it has a 3-meter radius and has 3 different some kind of explosive-like things that drop down, and those deal plus 100% of our firearm damage, inflicts burn, which is a damage over time, lasts for 3 seconds, the damage procs every 1 second. The damage over time is relatively small, though it's only 10% of our weapon damage. So it, once again, sounds pretty similar to the Thunder Cage, in that it's extra damage in an area of effect that is based on how much weapon damage you have. Though in this case, it's the bombardment itself fire damage? It actually doesn't say. I mean, obviously the burn is, but I kind of assume that the bombardment is fire elemental. But it seems like this would activate far less than the Thunder Cage would, because Thunder Cage, I mean, certainly after upgrading it all the way, it procs absolutely every time you get a kill. Now in this case, this will only proc on the first hit against enemies that have shields, which is only the bosses and mini bosses. So that seems a little strange in that way. I mean, I guess it technically hits 3 times, so the damage there is maybe a little bit higher than the damage on a Thunder Cage. Maybe that's the upside of it. But it's kind of just seeming like the more we look at the different unique weapon abilities, the Thunder Cage is kind of standing out, outside of maybe the few that are not just all about damage, that in those cases, they have other kinds of buffs and debuffs that are a little bit harder to compare directly against the Thunder Cage. So, okay. And also this is a tactical rifle, so it uses special rounds. A lot of the unique weapons we've seen thus far use general rounds, so they've kind of been competing against each other. Now, I suppose that is a case for Greg's Reversed Fate. You can use that and the Thunder Cage simultaneously. Smithereens, of course, one of the other unique weapons that uses a different type of rounds, in that case, high-powered. So we could use all 3 of these if we wanted to. Greg's Reversed Fate, maybe we wait to level it up until we see if we can get some level 100 plus weapons as fodder. Otherwise, we do have some 93s here. But let's throw you back in. Oh, and I have some other junk in the inventory. Alright, let's just clear that out real quick. I think all this stuff is disposable. I assume you are as well. Yeah, consumable drop rate's kind of nice, but it's a level 61 item, so I assume we can do better than that. Okay, so now that we've cleared out some room, or actually, I think there are a couple other things we could potentially throw back in. And then, what do we have equipped right now here? Oh, I think I had a daily for impact round stuff. But this, well, I mean, technically speaking, this does have higher damage than you do. So if we were willing to go special rounds instead of impact rounds, that actually might be preferable. Oh, okay, you know what? Fair enough. We'll stash you instead. Okay. So, as for what we are looking to do, we can go straight into the hard mode Kingston. I think this is on normal at the moment, but the challenge here is obviously this is the highest level zone we will have been in thus far, and Valby is not currently max level, so that does give me some pause. You know, we could go in there with someone who is already maxed out, but there's 1 or 2 other things we could do in the meantime, though, because if we wait just a little bit, if we go to Fortress, Fortress does have a resource defense. Now, of course, these are the types of missions that give us tons of XP. We've done it in Kingston before, most recently in the Echo Swamp, and we had to wait all the way to the last zone to get the highest level version of it. And I've not yet tried this, so I am a little bit intrigued. There's been some question, it hasn't been totally obvious if the higher zones versions of these types of missions actually give more XP. I think they certainly give more gold drops, as the amount you get from an individual enemy is definitely higher than it is in the lower areas. So, I mean, we'll give it a shot here, I suppose. We do still have very defensive modules on, which maybe we don't need to do that so much anymore. You know what? Let's just, rather than completely removing this, do that, and then we'll say this will be something like area of, not if, of effect. Or, you know, clear speed, stuff like that. Because I think I was mentioning this the other day when we were using Valby, but I, in general, am a really big fan of increasing the AoE of skills, and with Valby in particular, it is especially useful because she has a bunch of things that creates stuff on the ground in not huge areas of effect, but if you can increase that stuff further, things like this basic ability can suddenly, which would usually be kind of hard to aim, if the area is big enough, suddenly that's no longer a huge concern. If you're using this, which was one of the reasons, this skill in particular, one of my favorite skills and one of the reasons why I really liked playing Valby in the past, if you get the AoE on this really increased, then you hit more enemies with it, obviously, but because it's also a crowd control ability, it knocks more enemies down, and that just vastly improves the effectiveness of this skill. And then you have the ultimate ability, which we used a little bit in the past, which obviously has arguably, if not outright, the most damage potential of all her skills, but is kind of like her initial ability, a little bit tricky to aim. So getting a larger area of effect so you can more easily hit people and hit more people overall definitely helps a lot with this. And even the movement ability, creating the puddles on the ground from this, I'm going to cross all the abilities, means easier to get the water on the ground, which is what activates our passive ability, giving us reduced mana cost. So, all that is to say, I like increasing our area of effect, and we're going to do, I imagine, a fair bit of that here. So we do have the really big area of effect increase from you. Oh, and we do have a matching symbol, so that looks very nice. Then amplification control is a nice middle ground because it gives us that AoE and it also gives us some defense with the max shield, and we've upgraded this enough that that's a fairly significant amount. So if we do that, that could certainly work. The frugal mindset, I do still really want to upgrade one of these, particularly for Bunny. I don't know that it's as big of a deal for Valby, so maybe we can get by without it. Okay, and this, we've already upgraded in amplification control. Arcade acceleration, I have not ever tried this one before. I'm a little intrigued, but I'm not really sure how useful extra skill speed is going to be. So might just stick with what we have here for at least the range increases, and that's already 117% increased area of effect. So that should work pretty well for that purpose, I would think. And we could throw on some more pure defensive stuff or more damage-oriented things, of course. So like crit was something that I think we'd start to upgrade a bit. Crit damage, crit rate. I think across these two things, we actually can hit over 100% crit chance. Although they start to get very expensive, and by very expensive, I mean I'm pretty sure these would cost us the entirety of our points, except we've not yet used our sub-module there, so maybe we can still go with this. I mean, technically speaking, this is a circumstance in which I think I've kind of over-upgraded one of these, which means we're spending more module cost than we have to. Well, it gets us up to just barely over 100% crit chance, so maybe that's still fine. Not sure you can get, right on 100% without overshooting at least a bit. So then let's make sure, let's see, we go, enhance, that's the phrasing I'm looking for, you. So with this, suddenly we have 10 more to spare, and if we can get something that matches that socket, ideally something defensive that matches that socket, I mean, otherwise, throw in Nimble Fingers, and now we technically still have 4 to spare, although that's not a ton. Because 4 is kind of, it's the lowest cost, and tend not to get very good things at that level. You need to get to at least 5 before you start seeing half-decent things appear. But that is kind of tempting. This would be a very offensive setup in this case, though. Which, can we get away with it? Maybe. Maybe. Well, if we check this, let's do capacity cost, go down to 4. I thought we had 1 or 2 of these in particular at 4 that we kind of liked. MP recovery, but reduced HP recovery. Don't really want to reduce our damage or our skill power. Functionally the same thing. This one, I think, is what we've used in the past when we had 4 capacity costs remaining. So yeah, this is still very offensive. So, very defensive, very offensive, but significant cooldown improvement, huge AoE, 100% crit chance, and decent crit damage improvement. So it is certainly capable of doing a lot more than we did in the past. As for whether we can stay alive, that's a different question, especially in what is potentially a much higher level zone. Though for what it's worth,
get when you mix water
you can look here at what's the base stats of the various descendants, and you can actually compare across different descendants, and you'll notice that the ones that we started with, in general, were quite low when it came to defensive things like HP, defense, max shields, and you'll notice that it actually turns out Valby is the tankiest of characters that we have used thus far, at least from a base stat standpoint. Now, obviously, she's only level 31 right now, so her stats have not yet reached their full potential, but maybe that gives us just a little more confidence that we can get away with this. So let's see, and then we get some potential for amorphous materials and ones that can give us big things like potentially ultimate character parts, although I mean that was kind of the case with some other ones as well. They were always just very low percentage chances. Glay enhanced cells, I am not sure if that's like the one Glay material that we already have. It might be, but you know, if it isn't, that would certainly be a nice thing to pick up. I imagine though that these are materials that you cash in with the Hanged Man boss fight, which of course we've yet to take out. So we'll do this, we'll see just how much XP we can get from this. Hopefully we can gain a few levels, and then from that, we're hoping that that puts us in a place where we feel okay attempting hard mode with Valby. Okay, so we have 20 seconds. I'm just gonna show you. That's our basic ability. So it covers a long range. And admittedly, since I've never done this version of the resource defense, I don't even wait. It would help to know where the thing we're defending is.
Our soldiers have suffered
where is it?
extensive casualties
Exactly.
of the enemy onslaught. These resources were seized from the enemy fortress. They must be
That's where the enemies are spawning,
to Albion.
sure. That it back there? Maybe? Down here? Oh, hopefully not. Okay, we're still... Our Thunder Cage seemed decent there. Wasn't like we are immediately wildly out-leveled in this section, which is definitely a good thing. I see one of our teammates is not level 40, but hopefully... I mean, if they have access to this zone, then that pretty much means for certain that they have high-level gear, if nothing else.
It would be a huge tactical loss if we
Is
surrendered
no,
our
this
resources
is
to the enemy.
the
We must
place for
defend the
defending. Okay,
supplies
that
at
makes
all
sense. That
costs.
does seem to be in the middle. I'm glad we established that, because that's kind of a fundamental piece of this mission. Okay, so there you see, we get a little bit more defensive stats. Who is attacking the spot? And from where? I see you guys. These guys spawn pretty close when they show up there. Okay, so now that we've established where the place is, that we're trying to defend and have at least some sense of where the enemies will come from. That does make it a little bit easier for us to understand where people should be positioned. Like, in general, it pays to have at least one person hanging out near the device. Throw some throws out. We'll do a little bit of this. You know, maybe that was not the right timing, but so be it. Loot some of the gold, and yeah, it's at least somewhat higher than the gold we were getting from the swamp resource defense missions. And I think that because the enemy level gets higher the further you go, the more gold on average they drop as time goes on. So that number should only continue to get higher. So I think it was a little bit rare to get as high as 2,000 per drop. In the other areas, you'd have to get pretty far for that to be the case, and even then, it wouldn't happen every time, whereas it seems like just about every time we're getting 2,000 as a minimum. Now, where are the enemies? I mean, also, all three of our teammates are guns, which, at least based on other zone resource defense missions, is typically the best type of character to have for these missions. That's a lot of damage. Let's do this. Oh, uh-oh. Technically, it would probably be best if we were to do the reviving, because I imagine our bunny teammates are probably capable of doing more offensively than we are, even after our upgrades. So we want to keep them active while we clean things up in the meantime. A few other small changes. They made it possible for the optional missions like this to give you void shards, which is the resource, the consumable, whatever you want to call it, that you would usually only be able to get from doing the void fragment missions, the ones that are locked to characters with a specific element. So that should make those easier to farm as well. The reactors that void reactor missions that cost those resources to run. This, ideally not straight into the little ledge. Okay, never mind. They clearly have this covered, and we are going to make sure that we do not let too many enemies attack us in the meantime. And that's not a good thing. Nor is our current position. Oh, I was going to say right on top of one of those things that deals damage. So I imagine, of course, that this is the hardest of all the resource defense missions.
We're detecting enemy movements all over the place.
And that means even getting to the first checkpoint could prove to be difficult. I don't know. Uh-oh. Oh, they've left? Well, that's not a good sign. Oh, we had that issue last time. At least last stream. Where we saw a bunch of people leave these missions. It was getting really frustrating. People just abandoned us out of nowhere.
My shields! It's an emergency!
Uh-oh. Okay, make up your mind, please. Which one are you going for? Well, I mean, we did quite literally take one for the team. That probably would have hit the device if we had not body blocked it. Ow. Speaking of which... I mean, it's one way of defending our resources.
Albion! Thanks! So annoying!
Maybe not the most effective way, but... Oh, they did spawn up here. Uh-oh. No, okay, well, now we definitely got this easy. designed for 4 people. Believe. Thus, the same frustrations that I shared in the past when that happened, I am feeling similar ways about this mission. Apparently our teammates couldn't be bothered to see through this match and would rather abandon us and waste our time so that they can go off and do whatever they choose to do. Shirk all responsibility, leave us hanging. I just think it's really disrespectful. And yeah, it's a game, but it's like, okay, this is a pretty long mission that you're abandoning us halfway through and basically saying, alright, I'm just gonna choose to waste your time. You trusted, when you launch a mission like this, you are trusting that your teammates are there and they're trying to contribute, do the best they can to help you succeed. Because once you have your team, you can't change your team. You can't add new people once people leave. So, if they abandon you, you're just kind of screwed. There's nothing you can do about it. And you're stuck for potentially 10 to 20 minutes. And then things like this happen. So, that's really annoying. What's up, Camilo? We were trying this mission for the first time. It is a very difficult one at that. One that is designed for having a full squad, and then we had half our team abandon us midway through. Which is the reason for my frustration. It just doesn't feel like that's much to ask. It feels like that is the basic foundational piece of having a co-op mission like that, is that you are trusting that your teammates are going to see it through to the end and do their best to succeed in that mission. But that is very clearly, very plainly not the case. Because there are no consequences for leaving, and you can do it whenever you want. But when that happens, there's no way to replace the person who leaves. Which means whoever is left over is left holding the metaphorical bag and is stuck. So it kind of causes this either, the people who continue playing are the suckers who get the short end of the stick, so to speak, or it creates this perverse incentive where, as soon as one person leaves, everyone else is incentivized to leave as well, because you no longer have what it takes to complete the mission. And that is not a sustainable system. It's fundamentally flawed. And that just seems like if that happened rarely, then that would be fine. You could just brush it off and say, alright, we'll get him next time. But it's been happening often enough that it is becoming a more and more legitimate reason to just not do those missions. And those missions would otherwise be the best in the game for grinding levels. So it puts players in this tricky situation. Darned if you do, darned if you don't. Yeah, I mean, if it's not really feasible to do it solo, if we did the lowest level version of it, we probably could, at least for a few waves, but it's designed to get more difficult over time and to have just so many enemies in it that you're supposed to have, if not a full team, pretty close to a full team for it. So, I don't know. It just frustrates me a lot, because it kind of, what's the phrase? It makes me lose, to be a Debbie Downer about it, but it makes me lose some faith in humanity when we can't trust other people to do basic things that seem very obvious, but it just feels like, getting stabbed in the back by our own teammates. Okay, we cashed in some basic crafting materials there. We do have various weapon components and character components, but I think we definitely have both of these, and I think for the most part, all these weapon components, we still have at least one of them. Well, actually, let's actually see. Are there any weapons we're close to? Smithereens, we're close to getting another one for this. Would need to be this, which we don't have. How do we get it? Is it feasible for us to do that? Oh. Wait, really? We get it from the first boss in the game? Okay. That's definitely doable. It's more just a matter of, do we want to go through the trouble of, technically we need to go back to an old dungeon to get this amorphous material, and then once we have that, we'd fight the easiest boss in the game. That part is quick. The dungeon would still take a little bit of time. Oh, and we also don't have that. Which I'm guessing is also from... not the lowest level zone, but a low-ish level zone. Okay. So maybe that's not a super high priority. We did upgrade that earlier today, so not terribly concerned about upgrading it again. What we got, 1, maybe 2 levels from that mission. Was hoping we could get a little bit more than that. I mean, we could try it one more time. Yeah, that's the thing, is it feels like the system is just, you know... This is a pretty new character. We were trying it for the first time in our last session. This was one of / my favorite character from the beta. And we were still leveling her. We are still, today, leveling her up further, so she's not fully powered yet. But I was a fan in the past. The other character who I liked a lot, we have not yet unlocked. But we could try doing this one more time and hopefully having a little bit more luck. I mean, we're what, 33 out of 40, so we're not max level. We're kind of close. Can we get away with going into a level 100 zone? Maybe. Maybe. Alright, so I am entering this mission having said all the things that I just said, because in theory, when these missions go well, I do think they're a lot of fun, and when they go well, they are the best way to grind levels. However, all those things that we were just saying about all the potential downsides absolutely still exist. But it's this, as I said, darned if you do, darned if you don't. We don't, I mean, we have a choice, yes, but the alternative, whatever it might be, is significantly less efficient. Okay, so this time we don't have anyone who's max level. We have 1 bunny, 1 glay, 1 Ajax. There's more character variety, although less people who are tailored well to this specific type of mission, theoretically, at least based on my experience from having done this in other zones. But yeah, so this character is all about creating, or doing water-based abilities, creating large areas of effect on the ground
Our soldiers have suffered
that damage enemies and also debuff them. We have a decent bit of crowd control
They must be transported
to go along with that, and 1 ability that gives us extra mobility as well. That's a lot of units. Let's try this. Like that knocks enemies back in an area of effect. And all this blue stuff on the ground, that's water that we created. Deals damage over time to enemies. Not a ton, but some. And it debuffs the enemies that walk into it, so that they take more damage. At least certain types of damage they take more of. So those are our relatively basic abilities.
It would be a huge tactical loss if we surrendered our resources to the enemy. We must defend the supplies at all costs.
There are all these enemies that are showing up on the mini-map. Here. Here's our movement ability. Makes us go a little bit faster, and we create more of this water on the ground, which, again, does deal a little bit of dot, and does debuff the enemies. So we blur the line a little bit between damage-oriented, quote-unquote, carry character and being a support character who does debuffs. Ajax is cool. He is a tank, and I know tanks sometimes get criticized for being too straightforward, simple to play, and what have you. But I was playing him actually somewhat recently, just before the full release and the most recent of the betas, and I was pleasantly surprised by how fun he was to play. He does have very high base stats in terms of health and defense, so that's understandable for a tank, but he also has some cool abilities with large area of effect and knockback, where he just like leaps in the air and sends enemies flying, which just feels fun. I like that. And then he can create several big force fields, things like that, which again falls more under the category of traditional tank stuff. Also out. Technically, we get a little bit stronger when we are in the water. Mostly just makes us use a little bit less mana. Huge deal, but it is kinda sorta a thing. Pay much attention to how much gold we had before we started doing these types of missions, but theoretically this would also be a really good way to get a bunch of gold as well. How are they attacking so quickly? Just spawned in and they're already dealing damage to our key resource. And I don't think I aimed that very well. So admittedly, I think for us, as Valby, we tend to do best in more, more small, tight corner-like areas where, I might have walked straight into that guy. Where we can basically make sure that we're covering most, if not all, of the ground with our puddles. But big open areas like this, it's a little bit harder for us because we can't really cover everything. In fact, we're spamming all of our skills as quickly as possible. Probably could be a little more aggressive with them, but maybe cover a little more of the ground. Definitely could, but... Oh dear. Here's our ultimate. And then I looked away from it as soon as I did it, because I was looking for other enemies to hit with it. Creates those big spheres that suck enemies in like a vacuum cleaner, like a magnet, and then traps them and deals damage to them. And once again, debuffs them. And I think it actually has a quicker cooldown than many of the other characters' ultimate abilities, so to be fair, we could be spamming that a lot more often. Yeah, that big one where we leap forward creates seemingly the most water by a wide water.
Descendant, signals indicate that our storage box has been damaged.
You're not wrong. It is being damaged. I won't lie to you. Excuse me. I was about to do some knockback. You. Okay, that was also not the best of timing.
Watch out, Descendant. The enemy is launching another offensive.
Ultimate it is. Spam it. It is admittedly kind of hard to aim the ultimate. There you go, that's a good look of it. Gives us more of that crowd control, which in these types of missions with just tons and tons of enemies are helpful.
The storage box is approaching its damage tolerance threshold. You need to defeat the enemy forces quickly.
Right. Are right about that. Where are you still attacking from? 15 seconds. At least for the end of this wave. Come on! No! Okay. So it does seem like this one is quite a bit harder than the other ones. Just in terms of how much damage the enemies deal, how much health they have, which affects how quickly you can take them down, of course. And they also seem to spawn closer than the enemies do in many of the other missions, in the other zones. Take our last few seconds to loot up before it kicks us out. And yes, also our character has fantastic voice lines because our basic ability involves us throwing... Here, I'll just show you what the animation for it is. You did hear that correctly. When it is a line that our character says when we use our basic ability, because it looks like this. It bounces. It bounces toward the enemies. So, that's also a, a fun little addition. But yeah, if we have like a small room where the enemies spawn, then this can, just our basic ability alone, can fill that entire room with the damage over time, which is very nice. But in the big open area like that previous mission was in, we can only cover a fraction of the zone that we're trying to cover, so that makes us a little less effective. But we'll see. We'll see. We did, I think we got extremely close to getting another level, but we did not quite do so. So, well, also, what, we got at least a few 100,000 gold from that. Oh, and did I mention this? One of the other things that they're going to change, I think this is for the next patch, I don't think they've done so yet, but they are going to buff this character. They're going to buff
What do you get
another character that we have unlocked but haven't played yet, Blair. And they're going to buff Freyna as well. Basically, all three of those characters are people who tend to have large damage over time areas of effect that they put on the ground. And I guess they were finding that either not enough people were playing those characters or those skills were not proving to be effective enough. So, I mean, I think that's not a bad idea, because, I mean, Bunny is crazy powerful, and basically buffing anyone else, Bunny and Glay are both really good. So, buffing just about anyone else, probably not a bad idea. And I do like Valby, as I was saying, so making her stronger, I am in support of doing so. And it does seem like in terms of pure damage, her skills are maybe not as strong as some of the other people's skills, but that's in part because she has some crowd control aspects, some debuff aspects, so it's not necessarily all about the damage with her. So, are we far enough along, though, that we feel okay about attempting to go into level 100 zone? I think we just give it a shot. If we kill, like, 2 enemies, we'll probably level up. So that's at least one step closer to reaching level cap. So, let's see. Oh, and for what it's worth, when I was saying, oh, we need to do this, you know, basic level zone and starting boss to get that one crafting resource for one of the ultimate weapons, right? Technically, we could do that in hard mode, because it's from this first zone. Are the drop chances any different? These percentages all the same? I think the percentages might be the same. It's just going to be that, you know, that the items are going to drop on a much higher level, making them much stronger. At least that's what I'm assuming is going to be the case. Oh, and this is the other one that has an ends. Oh, wait, well, okay, this is the normal difficulty version. So that would be extremely easy. If we go to hard mode, now it is level 100. Now it is very hard. Let's see if the drop chances look any different now. Some of the higher rarity ones might be a little bit higher, or might be a little bit higher drop chance. Like that power unit change, which is a Transcendent rarity module, those are usually like half the drop rate. Let's see, that's 2.5 there. If we drop back down to normal difficulty, is it just not even there at all? It's just not even there at all. Okay, so in some cases, you just get stuff that was not there previously. Sometimes the rewards just change altogether. Okay, I suppose that's good to know. So, do we want... It's probably not a good idea to have our first level 100 mission be a full-fledged dungeon. I feel like that's probably not the right move. Is this usually the first mission in the game? In which case, maybe that makes the most sense to start off with. No, it would be... this, I think, is the first mission in the game. I think? I mean, they're all the same level now, so in some ways there isn't much of a difference from one mission to the next. I'm just assuming that in terms of length and complexity of mission, that is one of, if not the easiest. So here's a... oh, wait. No, hold on. This is the normal difficulty version. This is the cakewalk version. Or is it? Wait, what? Okay, no, it's just the resource defense. This one little mission here, I walked up to and saw it was level 8. This will be level 100, though. Yes. Okay, so that is a thing. In the interest of not attempting to solo a level 100 mission, I would kind of like to see where these other people are going and follow them. Granted, I noticed that this person is immediately going to one of those dungeons, so maybe we will start with a level 100 dungeon as our first hard mode mission. Why not? Why not? Okay, whoa, wait, this looks different. Did they just change the UI? Or is this because we are in hard mode for the first time? This is new. Selected reward. Amorphous material. Oh. What? Our chances of getting different things is based on our score? In hard difficulty infiltration operations, you can get up to 3 selectable rewards. The higher the score obtained in the infiltration operation, the higher the chance of obtaining all rewards. Infiltration operation applied, options, skill power, singular skill power. Oh, chill and singular skill power are increased. Choosing one of the 2 selectable rewards will apply a different option. Oh. We have various modifiers we can use to increase the rate at which we get points for the score. you can't do this. You can't do a public lobby when you mess with these settings, but if we were to do a private lobby, we could do things like reduce our HP, our weapon damage, our defense, all these things to give ourselves more, a score multiplier, basically. Okay, so I think we're just gonna go with the basic version here, and we're gonna see what happens. I have no idea what this score number is gonna look like, because usually there are just about a finite number of enemies. And this says, kill score after affects your score for killing monsters. The higher your kill score, the higher your chances of earning selected rewards. Is this specific to us? Or is this shared across a group? Because, you know, if we are the lowest level person in the group and someone else is doing much of the heavy lifting, then that person benefits way more than we do. I don't know. We're going to find out. I'm curious, though. There's more nuance to this than I expected, which I think is a good thing. It's not just purely a copy-paste of the normal level or normal difficulty version of these missions. There's more to it than just that. And with higher level monsters, there's more to it than that. Okay. So yeah, it shows the score there very prominently. I'm kind of curious to see when we have other people get stuff, get kills, if that number still goes up. Like, I might deliberately not shoot these first people. It does go up for our teammates. Okay, I've not shot, and it still went up. So it's a shared score. Does it, like, go down over time? No. There's no time aspect. Maybe at the end there's a time aspect to it. Because that's the strange thing, is it feels like in most circumstances there's going to be, if not an exact finite number of enemies, pretty close to that. So I just don't really get how much. That just doesn't seem to make much sense to me then. It would seem like most people are going to get roughly the same score for that reason. Unless you, like, deliberately take longer to defeat the final boss so that he has more ads spawn. It's the one way I can think of deliberately increasing the number of enemies that spawn. But that seems like counterintuitive that would be beneficial to take longer. But I feel like at the end there must be some kind of bonus that you get based on how long it takes you to complete the mission. Otherwise, there are some very strange incentives to do worse. But theoretically, just about any drop, at least any weapon or equipment drop, has potential to be huge for us here. This zone is several levels higher than any zone we've been in before. Even if the type of equipment is not good, at least in the case of weapons, we can still use it to help us increase the level of whatever weapons we do want to make stronger. That's a weapon right there. Alright, I'll throw out some skills even if it's not going to hit anyone. And obviously the other way to increase the score would be using those modifiers we were talking about before. But you can't even use those in public lobbies, so it's just a non-factor in this case. So our 99% of public lobbies going to have scores that are almost identical. Granted, the enemies also deal more damage than they were dealing in the past. So, kind of just ran through and went straight to looting, but that's not necessarily the safest thing, but we did pick up a whole lot of good stuff there. No worries, Camilo. So yeah, we started the mission, we've started looting. Getting some good stuff out of it. I also do not remember offhand what the thresholds were for our score in terms of what numbers we need to get to increase our chances of getting good drops. Oh, this guy spawned right on top of us, and I did not even realize. I mean, I guess that's one other thing, is if you accidentally walk past enemies and leave them behind you unkilled, then that's another way you could accidentally finish with a lower score. That also seems rare / unlikely / something that is very avoidable. Oh, and there, I only just looked at the amount of monies we got from that, and that was 3,000 plus from a single drop of gold. That is 50% more than what you're usually getting per individual drop. Also, this dungeon does not usually have this sub-objective, whatever you want to call it, this sub-quest in it. Pretty sure this is exclusive to the hard mode version. Probably use skills now that we actually do have enemies spawning, especially ones that are right on top of us. We have mini bosses. We definitely didn't have those at this stage. Throw our ultimate at you several times over at that, and by that I mean we'll hit you with one of them, and then miss with the others. I'm not really sure the extent to which you can double or triple up with our ultimate, hitting the same enemy multiple times. Fortunately, it does seem like our teammates are familiar with this process, and they're doing well. They have considerably more damage than we do, it seems like. Which, I mean, as soon as we get level 100 gear, which we will theoretically be able to do after this mission, then that would make a pretty big difference. They probably have already done that. Get out of here. Oh, you too, I guess. Ow. I almost used our skill quickly enough to not get hit by that. But not, ow, not quite. Did anyone see if our score went down when we went down? Maybe if someone actually fully bleeds out, I could see that being the case. Which we did not do. Someone did revive us. Kind of curious. Now, obviously, this is in part because there is this entirely new section that we did not have in the normal difficulty of this dungeon, but also just the strength of the enemies means that this takes a lot longer than the basic level, or the normal mode version does. I mean, maybe the very first time you do it, when you and all your teammates are legitimately very early on and weak, but obviously at this stage. Oh, this is new as well. Not have these laser beams before. I thought I could sneak through that. I'll be honest with you. It looked like there was enough of a gap that was possible. But no, those laser beams are not there in the normal version either. The extra... Oh. No, I think that this is still in the normal mode version. This is normally a spot you would stop for assigned objective of sorts. Ow. I'm surprised that did not kill us, to be honest with you. That fire will deal damage to us, but at the same time I do want that health. There we go. Are we good to go? Fifth time's the charm. That means we should be, yep, moving into the final boss encounter, and I'm curious how this changes. What's up, Warcrow? How have you been? Hold on just a minute. How long has it been? Wait a second. That's a name I haven't seen in, well, years? Been away from the world? Well, I hope you've been well. It's good to see you again. We're doing some First Descendant. Action RPG, third-person shooter, which we are playing for the first time on hard mode. Basically, after you finish the campaign on normal difficulty, you can attempt the same missions on hard mode, and it seemed at first like all that meant was that the enemies were a little bit stronger and the rewards were a little bit better, but we're finding out now that it's a little more complicated than just that. A little more nuance. I think I am in favor of. Returned to the internet about a few weeks ago. Oh, hold on. I'm Rusty, please carry is this person's name. I only just realized that. That is a fantastic name. One more invulnerability phase than we usually have. He might. Been playing since launch. Not a bad game. Oh, nice. Ooh. Oh, it's not a good place to be. Yeah, I was, I played a couple of the betas for this game a while. Well, one was pretty recent. Another one that was about a year ago. So, oh dear. I don't even know what that... I think that was just his basic attack that killed us because it was before his special ability went off. But yeah, I was playing this between those two experiences fairly early on and was looking forward to the full version coming out. Now that it has been out for a little while now, having fun with it and moving on for the first time to endgame, so to speak. But we are under-leveled and underpowered right now. So we are kind of relying on our teammates to please carry for us. So the fact that that is one of our teammates' names is perhaps a little concerning. I almost did not dodge in time. We really should more fun doing stuff like that. No, respawn where I thought he was going to respawn. And we could use another health drop. If that hit us, we almost certainly would have gone down. One moment. Just descend into another... Oh, hold on. Need to not die first.
Mission complete.
We did it!
Great job.
And by we did it, I mean, you know, our teammates realistically did basically everything. Well, that's a different kind of amorphous material. Did we see what our final score was? I'm sure we can on this page, right? Let's see. Score is 22,000. What is the significance of it saying you there? That's us, collectively, not me personally, right? Because the fact that they say you makes me feel like that's us individually. Okay, interesting. So yes, new amorphous material that has some drops that we've not seen before, and a bunch of level 100 things, including level 100 reactors. So that is pretty big deal in that case. That gives us a lot of potential to upgrade our stuff. Took you a few weeks to unlock Valby, only to find out her ultimate was coming out next season. True. They said that they were gonna... Oh, right. I was talking a little bit about how they're gonna upgrade Valby, and I said there were gonna be 2 new characters. I was talking about... now I'm blanking out on her name. I can't place it. But the Descendant, who's all about the music and sound, and then Ultimate Valby is going to be the other new character, which is why I said it's kind of new, 2 new characters, or 1.5, depending on, if you consider Ultimate Valby to be a truly new and unique character.
Oh, the special human child.
But Camilo, you're saying you ascended to another existence plane for a while. Sounds like a good Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes. Getting away from the internet world for a while is perhaps not a bad thing to do every once in a while. Plant some trees. Oh, nice. That sounds like a fantastic way to decompress after spending a while on the internets, the virtual worlds, what have you. Okay, I guess this is not really the main place we're looking at as much as it is the actual crafting bench and just our inventory in general, because a whole bunch of things that are level 100. Whole bunch of things that are now level 100, so we have plenty of things that we can use to increase the level of our existing weapons, which, at least for the ultimate weapons, I imagine we would definitely want to do. When it comes to the rares, then maybe it becomes a little bit trickier to determine exactly which variety of weapon we want, since there are multiple different assault rifles, multiple different machine guns, so on and so forth. And to a certain extent, we haven't had to make too many difficult decisions there in the past, because usually we have, everything is at least a slightly different level. But if everything can be identical level-wise, then it does come down more to just, what the actual individual weapons are like. Okay, so with that in mind, I think let's do the obvious... Well, I would say let's do the obvious thing and upgrade the level on these guys, except not blatantly obvious which of these is the most sacrificable. Sort by DPS, I guess, to differentiate between a whole bunch of different things that are the same level. So theoretically, we want to keep you. Firearm attack, electric attack, weak point damage, bonus damage against the Order of Truth. Yeah, you are pretty significantly the highest damage impact round weapon, so maybe we throw you on there. And then we just use these guys. The handguns, for the most part, are probably a pretty safe bet to use as the sacrificial lambs to level up these guys. Because that's the obvious thing. We're going to want the ultimate weapons to be level 100. Some question as to whether they are actually going to still be worth using relative to just high-level rares, but that's a decision we can make later on, once we have everything primed and ready to go. So there we go, level 100, and it seems like there's no level 101 or 102 from bosses dropping slightly higher level stuff. It's just a hard cap at 100. So I think that means we upgrade aggressively, or we can upgrade aggressively here. No need to hold back. So we upgrade Smithereens, and certainly want to upgrade Thunder Cage as well. And it's a pretty sizable DPS upgrade. 30,000 plus. Or no, 3,000 plus. Well, we're looking at firearm attack here, but the DPS is about 30,000. Yeah. Improvement there. So that should be a pretty big difference maker. And then we could also do this if we wanted to try to re-roll any of these stats. Now, we had pretty good stuff already. The reason why we would do this is because although we have a good category of stats here, numerically, now that this is a level 100 weapon, you would imagine those ranges can go a little bit higher. Well, can they? Let's see. Firearm crit rate and crit damage. We are right in the middle of that range, and we're right in the middle of this range. I am not sure that the ranges can go any higher upon closer inspection. So I'm not really sure we stand to benefit much from using these unless you want to get extremely precise and still get these same categories of roll, but try to go even higher still, or try to dump this. Like, we could go and do that, and that gets very expensive from a adjustment control standpoint. But yeah, this is, I mean, if we are fighting against the Order of Truth, sure, that's great, but we'll probably see firearm attack as the ideal option. So you know what? Sure, we'll give it a shot. Attribute status effect trigger rate. So that means things like chill. Oh yeah, actually we have chill damage, so like freezing enemies will happen much more often. That's actually maybe not a terrible thing. Right, I was hoping to see base firearm attack. That was my ideal value there, but combining having the chill attack, which makes it possible for this to freeze enemies, I don't think that's bad. It's not pure DPS. It's not really DPS at all. It's adding crowd control of sorts to the weapon, but that's workable, and it was so very expensive to do that we cannot do it again unless we want to re-roll these guys as well, and I definitely want to keep the crit rolls the same. You could maybe re-roll the chill attack, but that one was decent. So I think we settle with you, and theoretically we should now have a lot more firepower. And I mean, we could upgrade a whole bunch of other, whether it be unique weapons or rare weapons that we like. It might have technically better pure stats, but obviously don't have the unique ability going for them. We had a bunch of things at 90, 93 that we were holding on to as our potential sacrificial lambs for weapon level enhancements, but that's no longer necessary. So I think we, at least for the sake of clearing out space, we dump those. Go back by level real quick. Junk you guys. That was the one we were using before, but I think it's okay to trash it now. Now that I'm pretty sure it should be feasible to get a level 100 version of it directly at some point. I guess that's another reason why you might not feel like you must upgrade the level of rare weapons, because go to a zone where the specific type drops and you can just get it at level 100 pretty consistently, it would seem, based on how many drops we got here. You know, you want a level 100 Guardian R4? Oh yeah, we got, you know, a whole bunch for you. Or Dogma 21s, and we have a whole bunch of these guys. So maybe for now, at least, we do just focus on the unique weapons. Divine Punishment. Including some of the ones that we still have not really used. The Greg's Reverse Fate, this is one that we just picked up and we've not yet used. Oh, you know, we have a lot. We have a lot. Okay, can we purchase more of the ones that allow us to level up the unique weapons? How long do those take to craft?
Humanity's real hope. don't you think?
Yes, those fall under this category. 10 minutes. Okay, not bad, but they only come in sets of 1. It's not really a set. That's a little unfortunate. No, the status damage modules aren't affected from multipliers. Don't know about the status damage on gun. Wait, the status damage modules aren't affected from multipliers. Oh, so hold on. We'll take a look at the Thunder Cage we were looking at before. So you're saying, like, the chill attack value that we see here, those are not affected by multipliers? Is that what you mean? So, like, that's going to stay at 1,169? Something like that? I don't know. I mean, it's, I think, much easier to purchase in bulk the crafting material that allows you to randomize the mods, or at least alter the mods on non-unique weapons. On the unique weapons, it's expensive, and as we just saw from that most recent craft or research effort, in general, they come in lower quantities as well, so it just makes it a little bit trickier, more time-consuming, more difficult to perfectly optimize the unique weapons. So if we are looking to do a few more of these, I mean, on one hand, you'd say maybe we prioritize leveling up the ones that are currently level 1, because they are perhaps in the greatest need of doing this. Okay, we have 3 of these left. I think we have more than 3 ultimate weapons, but sure, we'll upgrade Fallen Hope. We'll upgrade... Did we get a Greg's Reversed Fate in here? Yeah. That's the one we just crafted today, which, on one hand, it makes me feel like, oh, we should totally try this today. Then again, we've had several things that we crafted a while ago that we have not yet tried. So, at some point, we should try all those things. Fire and chill added damage modules. Modules aren't affected by multi, but not sure about chill. But have a free status effect is nice. It's hard to pull the math with a group of nerds with this game. Yeah, I've not started really to look into how the actual calculations happen. So that is, especially now that we are getting into endgame, something that will start to become much more relevant. If we're trying to optimize our weapons, optimize our modules, it's one thing to just press buttons that seem on the surface level to do beneficial things, but it can certainly pay off to have a better understanding of how the numbers actually get calculated, because sometimes if the math is not working out in exactly the way that you expected, then that can lead to some unexpected optimal ways or suboptimal ways to do things. Okay, so that was our last crafting material to increase the level of our ultimate weapons. So we now have several that are up at level 100 and one that is still sitting on 82, which isn't horrible, but obviously is not. Alright, one on 85, still one on 1. Oh, that's in storage. Okay, the ones we have in our inventory. Right, like, you can't really speak with any authority about what is and is not good if you don't understand how the underlying math works, or at least have a basic sense for how it works. So that is important stuff, no doubt. We've just, for the most part, been able to get by thus far with very simplistic understanding of that, or, you know, without having to dive too much into the details of that stuff. Okay, what if we go with Greg's Reverse Fate as our secondary weapon, since that is a special rounds weapon, rather than using the Hero's Scar? Does say it has lower DPS, and that's as I was... Oh, well. Okay, there's a reason for that. We could potentially do a little bit of the modification stuff on you for the mods, we probably just re-roll absolutely everything. Don't lock a single thing. That is much cheaper. Where were you? This guy. Because all these rolls are just based on being a low-level weapon. Like, I would like to get the crit rate. I would like the crit, or rather the firearm attack percentage. But we don't want to lock any of these things in, because that also locks in the percentage. So we just keep this cheap. We go here. Don't like it, don't like it, don't... Oh my goodness, I hate it. I hate it so much. Wow. Well, I guess... if you have conditional damage against all of the enemy types, then is it really conditional damage anymore? One of those things is going to be active. Except against colossi, which is, by some accounts, the most important one. And then you have weak point damage. So, you know, it's not exactly the way that I wanted that to get rolled. The numbers are higher, though. So I guess there's that. Well, maybe we stick with that for the time being. Just because we are running low on those resources. Actually, that's another one that I think those are pretty expensive, but might as well start loading up on them.
What do you want? Go on, I'm waiting.
Let's see, so that is these guys. 300,000 gold, which, I mean, to be fair, that's probably around how much we got from the most recent resource defense mission, so it's not like it's ridiculous to farm that up. In some ways, we've already paid for it today, but it's still a pretty large number. Okay, then we've upgraded the things that we are currently equipping. We probably put Divine Punishment back in our storage since it is not maxed level, and we are probably not about to use it for that reason. Probably should still store some of these guys. I mean, granted, I mean, maybe you don't even need to stockpile level 100 weapons anymore if they're just growing on trees. Then perhaps that's it's not that difficult to find them anymore. And we do have reactors, though, that we've yet to look at. So many things to check. Okay, Restored Relic, which we do not currently have, or we're not currently using it. It has a bonus for toxic skill power on a non-attribute reactor. That's a little unfortunate. We are using a non-attribute character right now. Crit damage when attacking colossi. We don't have a scout rifle, so we're not getting the bonus there. Though that is probably doable, we could make that happen. 10% skill duration, sub-attack power, beam rifle, electric. I don't really like any of those things. Tech and toxic would be fantastic for Freyna if only this were a toxic reactor. So I think we can probably be kind of picky when it comes to these reactors as well, assuming that these also start growing on trees at this level. Good range. Assault rifle is the bonus weapon, which we probably could make happen. Okay, look at it this way. This one has the bonus weapon, which means it is definitely the most effective, at least in the short term. Unfortunately, well, it does have a non-attribute bonus damage. It also has chill bonus damage, which is an unfortunate combo. But this probably will end up being the best one unless it's this one, which it might be. Heal, toxic, bad mixture. I think we scrap you. Duration. I mean, for future use, it could potentially work on Freyna. That's still not bad. Oh, wait a second. Do we have fusion skills? Because I do like the nearly 30% crit damage. And again, we could probably find a scout rifle to throw on. Okay, we got a whole bunch of non-attribute reactors, which is making this a difficult decision, at least in the short term, since those are all potentially applicable. I don't really like you, though. Alright, I mean, I guess for now we'll just throw on the one that we happen to have the bonus weapon for, because it is currently the most effective. We'll probably dump you, though you did have good bonus stats. Oh, because I didn't mean... Oh, dear. And then I just accidentally designated everything as junk. No, please don't do that. Well done, Lids. Well done, Lids. No, that was one that we wanted to get rid of. Okay, fair enough. And on this end... we would like to keep the fire resistance, I think. This goes slightly higher. Higher module drop rate. Lose the defense. Gain max shield. Think that's still worth doing? Do we break the set? We do break the set. Okay, so be it. I mean, at this point, theoretically, it will become possible for us to start getting higher level versions of those sets. So getting level 100 of this veteran marksman set would be quite nice, potentially. Item acquisition modifier. I mean, for that reason, it might be worth holding on to this and replacing the level 10 version of this that we probably have stored. And that's the one we were using before? Okay. It's a lot of extra equipment. It's more than what we currently have. We lose the toxin resistance, though. I don't really like you, stats-wise. Or you, for that matter. Okay, let's figure out. If we add you, that means probably... Oh, it's not that one. Did we just not have one of those types before? Might have not bothered to store when I need them. Alright, well, in that case, I think we now just go crazy selling stuff, or scrapping. I'm kind of curious how much this stuff is worth to sell, given how it is max level.
If you're gonna go out looking like that, you might as well write
hold
your
on.
last will and testament before you leave.
In here. Trash.
You already look fine.
What is...
I'm gonna make you look
this one?
finer.
Yeah, I know. About 20,000? It's something. It's not amazing. What's up, McCoss? How's it going? This ain't fire. That is true. This is the First Descendant, and we are currently just looking at a bunch of loot, because we just, for the first time, went into a max level zone, and so got some max level gear out of that. We might just get another one of those going right now. Okay. We won't bother to level them up right now, as we've already done that for all the ones we're currently using. Okay, so, I mean, we are theoretically much stronger now. So, that was one of the dungeons. There's also this one. Maybe we try the other one then? I mean, it's kind of weird that all of the missions are the same level at this point. It makes it a lot harder. I mean, I guess, sure, maybe we'll hop in with these people who are finishing up this mission, or this one other person. Oh. Okay, our damage is exponentially better than it was before. Okay, granted, now we're attacking mini-boss who has a ton of defense, apparently.
Thank you, Captain Harris. From now on, any Vulgis field generators
More level 100 stuff, high rarity stuff, so it's gonna be a lot. I mean, at this point, basically, because we're gonna get a bunch of stuff that is the same level, at a certain point, we're just gonna need to be really nitpicky about what does and does not make the cut in terms of what's worth holding on to and what is not. We can start to be more of a perfectionist. This guy... It's the person we just did that mission with. I don't know if he's looking for us to continue to team up, or what. I was not really planning on doing a bunch of normal missions. I was about to go into one of the dungeons, do a bigger one, although I think there is technically a challenge, like a daily challenge for doing a bunch of missions here. Curious if these drops are also higher in the higher level zones. Kind of hard to tell. But that is an infiltration mission, which is difficult. Someone is doing it right now. Hopscotching their way to victory. Pogo sticking. Oh, definitely getting more of those high-level crafting resources, so that's nice. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Let's head on over to the actual dungeon, though. Let's see. Which was gonna be here. I mean, we could farm this mission with the person standing right next to us for what it's worth. These are the missions that got significantly buffed. They used to have a 5-minute cooldown. Now they only have a 1-minute cooldown, so, you know, in the time it takes us to sort through whatever loot we picked up, it's probably going to reset. Right now it's only a matter of seconds away, 15 seconds away from coming back up. And these usually do have good rewards. So, or at least in some cases they have unique rewards. Ones that are at times quite desirable. So I'm not opposed, especially if this other person can deal a whole lot of damage. Not opposed to farming this at least a little bit. Another person jump in here. Mini boss. More of that crafting resource. I don't remember what specifically we might want / need it for, but sure, we'll take it. And we aren't getting gear at a that fast a rate from this stuff. It's more those types of crafting things. Ooh. That could be good. Not for this character, but for Freyna, toxic character. It's a toxic reactor with a random bonus stat that is also for toxic damage. The other one, the last stat, was for damage against a specific type of enemy, which, as I've said before, is generally not something I'm a huge fan of, because it just seems like that's kind of a pain to only have damage in certain circumstances against certain enemies. Oh. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, did we succeed? Apparently we succeeded while we were dead. I guess that works. We're getting all these max rarity toxic reactors specifically. I wonder if that's actually a guaranteed drop out of this. 'Cause if so, then this becomes a way to target this specific item. I was liking the one that we got before. These other ones, the crit damage is nice, but the electric skill power does not make sense on a toxic reactor. So in both cases, you have one good stat, another stat that is not so great. Also, these are ultimate rarity, which means you have to be using a specific ultimate weapon for it to work. And this one was Smithereens, which is a weapon that we have. It's a high power weapon, which means it doesn't have a lot of ammo, so it's not likely we'd be equipping it all that out, or that we'd be actively using it all that much. So there's a lot of little factors that, again, depending on exactly how picky you want to be, you can choose to optimize. Once again, it's a toxic reactor. That does not seem like a coincidence at this point. Ooh. Okay, I don't think we have Afterglow Sword yet, but skill effect range certainly works for Freyna, the character who's likely to use this. And then I believe basically all of her skills are tech skills, so for all intents and purposes, that tech skill power boost ratio at the bottom is the same as getting a toxic skill power boost ratio. So that might be the best one that we've seen thus far. That's 2 stats that are relevant, whereas all the other ones only had 1. Think they'll call the sequel Second Descendant, or do you think they'll put a Square Enix and go First Descendant 2? That is a difficult question to answer. I don't know. Or they just go... I feel like they'd have to go in a totally different direction. I feel like they kind of painted themselves into a corner here. And they have no choice but to go for a pretty significant name change on the next one, right? Okay, that time we did get a toxic reactor once again, but it was, rather than ultimate rarity, it was rare rarity. This one here makes it easier to get the bonus stat, but oh, I hate those random stats. Junk it. Ugh. If that were frozen skill rather than non-attribute skill, that would have been amazing. Okay, so again, like, you know, I guess we won't spend a ton of time being, oh, especially nitpicky. Do these give different crafting materials since they're level 100, or did they just change the icon for that? Because I did not recognize one of those icons. Hold on a second. Does that give... That's... Those look different. I think those are different. I think we might legitimately get different materials now, which I did not really expect. Okay. Alright, and I mean, as you're seeing here, in the time it takes us to try to sort through the stuff we're picking up, the mission is already respawning. Okay, so we like that one. Let's give that a little heart. Don't love that one. If we're being picky, then, well, let's be picky about it. Although I do, I like the crit damage. I don't like the electric power. I think we're trying to go for double useful stuffs. In this case, I mean, I guess the conditional does technically apply at times. Non-attribute does not work. Don't know to what extent fusion is relevant there. Non-attribute does not work. I mean, I guess that's okay. Electric on frozen does not make sense. We are dead. So that's the downside of sorting through your inventory when you're right next to a mission. We technically did not join this mission, but the enemies attacked us nonetheless and killed us nonetheless. I don't think we're going to get rewards for this. I think they already finished it, and we did not get rewards for it. So that's a little unfortunate. So, you know, maybe if you're gonna do the sorting through the loot thing, you step a little further away, and if you're going to do the mission thing, then you're prepared to do the mission thing. Okay, I'm not going to go for double conditional damage, though. Crit damage, damage colossi, okay, fine. Right, I guess that'll do. Okay, we'll do one more of these. They are quite quick as well. On hard mode, some drops are guaranteed in areas. Check the map. The bottom right, there is a tab to help target farm gear. Rotates around. Oh, really? Drops rotate. Interesting. So yeah, it seems like right now we might not have a 100% chance of dropping those ultimate rarity toxic reactors, but getting them very consistent. Those guys, I was about to say, definitely killed us in the ass. Ow. Thank you, other dude. Is it just me, or is anyone familiar with the game Devil May Cry? Because our teammate right here looks a lot like... It looks a fair bit like Dante from Devil May Cry. Just in terms of clothing. Now, if he would stand still, that would be helpful. See that hairstyle? Kind of similar. Red coat. The boots. You see it? I mean, not that it's, like, identical by any means, but it reminds me a little bit of him. Okay. Let's head out of this area, or go on to the dungeon that we were actually planning on doing, rather than this mission here repeatedly. But we learned some interesting things there. It's like if we... Oh. Okay, I guess we'll take that. Why not? So if we were to look at the rewards, you're saying it's a little bit different. A little bit different in hard mode. So, I mean, we still have... I mean, this looks similar to what we had in the past, but let's see, specifically the type of mission we were just doing. Oh, something is hitting us still. Please don't. Oh, enemies do spawn next to... Oh, that's a terrible time to reload. And love the way that we split our damage here, especially when you consider that we get a AoE damage burst when we kill an enemy, so hitting either one of those guys for one more bullet would have probably wiped out the rest of the group. Love that if really any of these people who are walking right past us will revive us. Thank you. See? There you go. Oh, and we got a... Okay, sure. Got an ultimate toxic reactor from you as well. Or is it on, like, a different section here? Because it just seems like the toxic reactors overall are dropping all over the place. Decreases chill resistance of enemies that appear by 50%. Enemies that appear have their fire attack increased by 30%. Okay. That's new. That was not the case before. Huh. Okay. So technically, like, we're non-attribute is our type of damage. But if we had chill if we were using a character that had chill damage, that would be especially effective, so you can kind of target the zone based on that, or select a specific character based on that. Okay, but yeah, enemies do spawn next to those things kind of regularly, so it's not a great place to just be hanging around doing stuffs. That's the same type of resource as usual. This is where we're trying to go. I honestly can't remember if this is usually the first or the second of the dungeons in this zone, but not that it makes a huge difference in this case, since either way they're going to be both level 100. So, okay, there shouldn't be enemies spawning here, so we technically do have a little bit of time to sort things out if we want to clear out inventory space or figure out what exactly we want to do here. I think just this gear, maybe the external components could be worth taking a closer look at. Let's see. Not loving those stats, though. I mean, the character XP is kind of helpful when we're not maxed out. Equipment drop rate goes up. HP goes way up. Get a fair bit of shields, lose the toxin resistance. We don't have the set going, so we don't care about that aspect anymore. I mean, that might be worth doing. Okay. Okay. Let's jump into this one. Played the Devil May Cry DMC. Not to out myself here, but that is, well, it's not the only DMC game that I've played. It is the first DMC game that I played. And I know that it gets a little bit of, you know, whatever you want to call it, attitude or criticism from the hardcore Devil May Cry community, and from what I understand, there very much is a hardcore Devil May Cry community. But I liked it. I liked it a lot, and maybe it's easier than the other Devil May Cry games. Maybe it's more, easier to pick up than those ones were, but that's not a horrible thing. And then I tried a little bit of one of the, I think the original one, but that was only after I did the DMC Devil May Cry, so it was like a decade or two, no, probably more like 10 to 15 years after it was originally released, and it certainly felt a little bit outdated. It was definitely more difficult, so I didn't make it very far, and I think I also just had other things going on, so I didn't really dedicate a ton of time to it. But yes, I am in a somewhat similar boat then, I suppose. Yeah, that actually, I mean, in terms of, for me, like, mentally, if I were to rank my favorite games ever, I mean, it's not like my favorite game ever, but it at one point in time, at least, I think was in my top 10, and, I haven't really mentally revisited that list recently, so I don't know where it would stack up nowadays, but I legitimately like that game a lot. Okay, but let's go in for this dungeon. And these are different amorphous materials than the ones that we were getting in the normal difficulty zones, for what it's worth. I'm going to try the upcoming City Builder League for PoE. Now, admittedly, of course, to Warcrow is like an OG. Warcrow goes way back to the early days. I mean, the early days of this channel, back when we were only streaming on Twitch, not doing anything on YouTube, and back when we were exclusively a Path of Exile channel, which might be news to some people, but that was the case for a while. That being said, however, it has actually been a while since I last played Path of Exile. So I don't, however, Path of Exile 2 is currently out in beta, and I've not really put as much, I am interested in playing Path of Exile 2, but I probably have not put quite as much time as I should have into, trying to get in on that as early as possible. That might still be possible to do at this stage, but I've not been following all the latest and greatest in the Path of Exile world as of late. Because the challenge with Path of Exile, and for any MMO for that matter, this game included for what it's worth, is MMOs are inherently, or almost always, very time intensive, where if you don't put significant amounts of time into the game, then you start falling behind other people, and then what you are doing is no longer interesting and relevant to others. People are not really interested in what you're doing at that point, and it just kind of feels like, you're not, even personally, it feels like it's not as engaging if, it just seems like it turns into not like a race, so to speak, but it's kind of similar in some ways. And if you're trailing behind everyone, then it just doesn't generally feel all that good. So, that means that if you have an MMO as one of your games, then you really have to commit to that. Because if you don't, then you're going to find yourself in that type of situation where you're falling behind and no longer doing meaningful, interesting stuff, at least relative to other people. which hard to, not to be a pure statistician, like cold hard numbers kind of person, but to a certain extent, you at least have to have that stuff in the back of your mind as a content creator, so to speak. So it does mean that you basically just have to play one game and only one game, or you need to have ridiculous amounts of time to do those types of games, which, as someone who is dying, but also has a full-time job, that is not feasible for me most of the time. So it's a long-winded way of saying, as much as I liked playing Path of Exile, playing Path of Exile was preventing me from trying out a bunch of other games, and so I was developing a backlog of other stuff that I was interested in doing but could never do. So I was kind of looking for an opportunity to break away a little bit from Path of Exile. And then we started doing some stuff on YouTube as well, so we weren't as constrained to just only playing stuff when we have convenient times to stream for several hours. I can't really stream for like half-hour, 40-minute segments, unlike videos where sometimes you can do that stuff. So, like that's sort of the inside baseball of it. And so then, once I stepped away a little bit from Path of Exile, at first I just played a little bit less, but eventually kind of weaned off of it altogether in interest of starting to do other things, and naturally some of the other things that I started to do were also MMOs, like Gwent in particular, turned into a really big time commitment, and had a lot of fun and did a lot of interesting things with Gwent, but then that became a really big time commitment and became something that felt like more of a chore. So eventually broke away from that. So it just kind of, the flow of these types of things. But, in one case, for Gwent, there's a very logical stopping point because they stopped supporting and updating the game. Whereas in Path of Exile's case, they obviously have been very good about continuing to update the game. So from that standpoint, it's still relevant for sure. But then there was sort of the obvious, well, Path of Exile 1 will be Path of Exile 1, but once Path of Exile 2 comes around, then that's sort of an excuse to circle back and revisit. Which is not to say I would never touch Path of Exile 1 again, it's just, again, it's one of those sort of Pandora's box is really the right metaphor / phrase to describe it, but because if you want to play it, you have to commit a whole bunch of time to it. If you start getting into it, you kind of need to sacrifice a bunch of other things. Yeah, and like Warframe, I don't know, like MMO is the term I'm using to describe this type of game, although it might technically be applicable to other games that might not fall perfectly under the MMO title genre category. Yeah, and then that is another challenge, of course, is especially with a complex game like Path of Exile. Do we even name Path of Exile by name? For those of you who weren't sure, PoE is Path of Exile, if I didn't mention that before. But especially with complex games like Path of Exile that are getting lots of updates, it's a great thing when you're playing it, but it does also mean, on the other hand, that while you are, if you're taking a break from those types of games, if you do that for a while, then if you do try to circle back at some point, then you have a lot to catch up on. So it can be kind of tough in that way as well. So, even if you have, in theory, on paper, a lot of experience with that game, and it remains the game that I have the most hours in of all of my Steam library, still, having not really played it for several years at this point, I'd be coming in as maybe not a noob, but wouldn't be an expert by any means. So yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd call it a love-hate relationship, but it's just kind of, it's the harsh reality of life. You know, you can't do everything all the time. There are trade-offs. There are only so many hours in the day, and only so many hours one can spend gaming. So at a certain point, you need to make those trade-offs. And even things that you like, sometimes you have to step away from, or at least scale down a little bit in order to make room for other things. And, you know, those decisions don't have to be permanent decisions, but in some cases, as we were saying, the time and effort it takes to transition from one thing to another is significant, and therefore, even if it might seem tempting to switch back and forth between some things, that's not always the most realistic thing to do. Right, and then, you know, you have, if you want to, in some cases, for some of these more complex games, if you want to do a good job in them and get the most out of your experience, then sometimes it's not just about the amount of time you spend directly playing the game, but also how much time you spend reading about, researching, watching videos and guides for, and all these other types of things for the game. So, you know, those things add up can add up very quickly. Varying, of course, a little bit depending on the game, especially depending on how complex the game is, but that stuff is significant. Okay, now we did accumulate some amorphous materials. I think they are amorphous materials that you only use on the hard bosses. We can't even see which ones these use, though, because they are currently locked until we complete the Hanged Man fight, which, for what it's worth, now that we have a level 100 weapon or two, we could attempt that again. We did not have the best success against it previously, but now we are capable of dealing more damage than we were before. So it's not out of the question. We also have slightly better gear here as well. So that's sort of something. Ooh. Okay. Oh, okay, at least in terms of defensively, this is definitely better. It's not doing quite as much grinding-wise, but I think we might look to make that trade nonetheless. And here, let's see, we'd like to keep that chill resistance if possible. I don't love the stats we currently have, though. Neither of these are particularly good, though. What's up, Makov? How's it going? Right, and especially in your case, Warcrow, exactly. Like, in your case, there's a lot of catching up to do, and that's not easy. And, you know, it would be perfectly reasonable for you to say, you know what? As much as I like doing these things in the past, I am not interested in putting in that much effort to getting back up to speed on these types of things. And that's fair, you know? Even if you like doing stuff, sometimes you gotta set those things down. You know, that's the harsh reality of life. Let's see. Just checking if any of these catch my attention, but we're getting so many of these at the same level that it is a little hard to wrap my brain around which ones are worth keeping and which ones we should scrap because they're technically not ideal. We did say we liked this one though. Guess maybe we store that. But how are you doing, Makov? We are just dipping our metaphorical toe in the water. with hard mode, we could use more of our level 100 weapons to upgrade our ultimates up to 100. If we have enough of those crafting resources, we might not. We might have just gotten one of them, or two of them. I might have just absent-mindedly reactivated that research, or I might not have. We probably should if I didn't. So I was not really focusing on that at the time. We were mid-rant.
Now what do you want?
Well, you know.
Go on, I'm waiting.
Maybe rant is a strong word to describe it, but... we were waxing poetic. How about that? Okay. So, we were sort of making a point of doing the end of zone dungeons so that we could get amorphous materials, but since we can't fight the bosses that use those amorphous materials, that's not really that big of a deal for us right now. So, I don't know. I mean, at some point that will be relevant, yes, but at this stage, I don't know. Do we just jump in, do a few more of those missions and see what other things we pick up along the way? And I mean, we could try either taking on that boss or maybe even moving on into the next zone, because I think it's still level 100, so it's not like the later zones are harder from that standpoint. What was I about to check? I was gonna check. I thought there was a battle pass challenge for completing missions on hard mode in this area. Clear a mission on hard mode in Kingston. Do it 10 times. Okay, I mean, not that that's like a huge deal. We could, since that's not a daily, it's a weekly. That does not expire for quite some time. Are they doing Void Fragment mission, which we do have the right element for? So that is technically an option for us. Another thing that we really still have not done is actually optimizing the modules for our weapons. We've spent a little bit of time doing that, but nowhere near to the extent that we've upgraded things for our character modules. Does that give us more fragments on this difficulty than it does on normal? I feel like it did, and that feels justified. Annoying thing about hard mode is encrypted vault keys found in normal. Oh, I mean, I'll be honest. Encrypted vault keys are kind of a pain in the butt in every circumstance. Yeah, I don't remember seeing this little area. Well, speaking of encrypted vault keys, those encrypted vaults tend to show up in very remote places. Kind of like this, so I'm half expecting one of those creepy crypto dudes to show up right now. I don't know if I've ever been here before. I was gonna say, I was surprised we could go down as far as we did. Did not really expect us to be able to go down even further. Okay, maybe we'll just tag along with... Oh, well, this is the same person doing the same mission. Seems like our fair enough. I was gonna say, just people who happen to be doing missions in the area, and it just so happens to be you again. We still aren't max level, so there is that. Some of you are. Oh, well, benefit of having the water already down at their spawn point. spawn? Oh. Corners, they're gonna spawn back to the place where they were before, except there was an enemy right on top of me. And yes, they did. Hello. Oh, it's ready. Okay. I mean, we could try one of the void reactors here, which I am at. Oh, do we have a specific amorphous material for this? Actually, I'm curious. Oh, it uses way more shards. And it does have different amorphous materials. Okay. Which is all to say, I don't really think that works. I do not yet have Enzo. Wait, which, oh, the encrypted ones are breeze with Enzo. Does he have some ability that makes them, like, move more slowly or something? Or make the zone bigger where you click on them? For the quick time events? There's the boing boing. Oh, I guess that'll have to do nothing. It basically hit nothing. But everything's water now. Oh, except you. Let's change that. Oh, we have a Freyna in here who is not a non-attribute character. I'm now realizing. Silly. Admittedly, I don't remember if those technically count as full-blown missions for this. It might not. They do not. Okay, so if that's the main reason why we're here, then this is not really the right place to be hanging out. Oh, really? His passive slows it down to almost a crawl. Interesting. I guess if you're trying to make a point of hunting those down, then that definitely makes him the right character to do that with. Now we're doing an actual mission that counts toward that daily, and I guess what I don't really understand is there was kind of sort of a plot continuation, you know, in an open thread and an unclosed end, whatever you want to call it, with the big baddies at the end of the main quest on normal mode. So I kind of just assumed that meant if we proceeded with hard mode, then eventually we would have some cutscenes that would progress the plot further. But if we can just jump back and forth between any quest and any area whenever we want, then I don't really see how that progression, that plot progression can happen.
I came back to fight them.
Which is to say, can we just jump around wherever we want, whenever we want in hard mode? And basically only care about whatever quest rewards there may be for a specific quest, which apparently will rotate around a little bit from one day to the next. I do not remember this area. Or at least going through that little staircase area. I do remember there being a mission here, though.
Hey, Descendant. I was going through Bunny's recon, and I noticed there was a Vulgis battery I haven't seen before. If we can get the specifications
Makes
and
you
output,
drop down, then
figure out
go
why
to
they
one of
installed
these
it.
spots. Yeah, I remember this
Connect
mission.
your receive to the battery storage container. I'll disable the security remotely. Once the battery pack is exposed,
Enemies
put it in this
usually...
supply
Oh,
box
hello.
and send it over.
Come from this direction. We are obviously initiating this. So, oh, this is one of the quests that does not make progress when the enemies are in here, but since we're doing this solo, this will be an interesting test. Strange. I didn't really notice before, but are enemy health bars scaled based on how many people we have in the group? Because it feels like we're dealing more damage now than we were before. Because, talking of Path of Exile, that is a thing in Path of Exile. But I was not under the impression that that was a thing for First Descendant. Oops, that's a lot of those dudes. Don't do that. Thank you. Jaber's usually your main. Currently increasing skill power doesn't work on him. Whoa. That seems like a pretty major issue. Oh, did we finish this one? Looks like we did. Please do not blow up on us. Oh, right, we technically still need to do that. And then there's one more over here. So yeah, increasing his skill power does not work, and that's half his passive and a good chunk of his power loss. Seems like this is just gear farming to get ready for next season. Also still need to do hard intercepts. This side feels like it's a little trickier because in the previous area, previous go-round, they would always spawn in more or less exactly the same spot. Made it pretty easy to know where they were coming from and throw skills and whatnot in that place. Whereas this time around, it's not quite as straightforward as that. Especially if they start breaking out the shieldy dudes. Excuse me, sir. Please drop your shield again. Oh, no. Oh, dear. I guess that's one other way to get them to drop their shields. step into the water. Keep on showing up over here on the map, and that's throwing me off. There's a wall behind us there. Almost certainly not enemies that are tied to our quest. Enemies that are fighting someone else. Technically done. These guys persist. Deliver that, then I'm pretty sure they would despawn, but that's not the point. That's the point. Now it seems like we're getting a bunch of frozen reactors, so seemingly has
The
switched
electrical grid is connected
from
underground.
one element to another.
The output amount is just right
I
for
say that
operating a
right as we
command
get a burning
center.
reactor, of course.
So the Vulgis
Naturally.
command center is underground. I'll let Bunny know.
Percent increases that are tagged as skill will say in-game damage goes up, but its damage stays the same. I was getting frustrated till you were told to look at the numbers in-game. One of the math guys confirmed it. This is specifically for Jaber. We're talking about only Jaber. Look at how many level 100s we have. They are truly growing on trees at this point. So much so that I think we might just do this. Especially since it's giving us a new resource that we did not previously have a way to get. These, I feel like we should be a little more diligent about checking. Re-leveled him 6 times already, and yeah, only Jaber. Oof. Yeah, let's see. I do not like the Deceive search radius, although that is a very high number. It's a very high defense rating as well, but we're kind of looking, if anything, to get electric resistance on that. I think we're still dumping you. Those are identical, just this one has higher stats. So this one is certainly... Oh, one is shields and one is defense for the main stat, I guess. I was looking at the random stats. I think we can drop this one. Well, it does have the module drop rate. Yeah, okay, maybe we hold on to it. Okay, I feel like these reactors take a little more attention to detail, enough so that maybe I'll sort through those off stream as long as they don't take up so much space. They start preventing us from picking up other things. Okay, I mean, we could just randomly do missions around here, but affects his base skill damage number and all that multi-work. So it's a big loss in power. Okay. I mean, that's understandable. That would be, well, a big downgrade or a big loss for him. Okay, are there other people doing a specific mission that we want to tag along with? And they're just hanging out next to the dungeon, which, I mean, again, we could do. It is a little more interesting than the usual one. But I am kind of half tempted to see what's going on in other areas. We could do one of these dungeons. And then, although the drops will still be level 100, the types of gear, the names of the gear will change, and the amorphous materials will change as well. If I could stop accidentally clicking off of these things. Those amorphous materials look pretty nifty. Enemies here have their max HP decreased by 40%. They have their shield increased by 50%. That's interesting. I don't know. Why don't we try one of those dungeons? And again, technically there's that weekly mission to do several quests in the Kingston area, but since we can just hop around and do whatever quest whenever, it doesn't seem like there's really any reason why we need to do those right now. And now, in this area, the Sterile Land, starting from here onward, this is where there are some quests that drop weapons or drop components for ultimate weapons, like Thunder Cage, for example. Just about, if not all of the drops for the components come from the Sterile Land. So in the past, because I have farmed those up, that has meant going to a very low level zone and grinding missions that do not really reward you with much of anything unless you do get those specific drops. But if you do still get those components in the hard mode version of the Sterile Land, then suddenly it does not feel like quite as much of a grind slash waste of time. What is it? It's this one. It's one of the ones that I spent a lot of time doing for Thunder Cage, but it's not showing up there. So maybe you do still need to do the normal difficulty version for that. Okay, well actually before we go into this dungeon, I mean, yeah, we sorted through our weapon inventory, so hopefully we have enough space to spare here, and we have actually gotten a few levels, so we're up to 37 now. Still not max, but decent progress in that sense. Okay, so we kind of know the deal with all this stuff now. Thresholds are... I think we definitely got above 15,000 last time. I want to say we were close to 20,000. I don't think we got up to 30. And this is a 100% drop no matter what. It's these other ones that are more conditional. Okay. More of a chance. Well, let's see. I'm curious because this is technically still the same level zone, but since it's one area further, just mechanically, is there a big enough difference between the enemies that this is still going to feel more challenging?
HQ here. Commence mission
Maybe?
to recapture Forgotten.
What do we have? One person who's max level and several people who are close but not quite. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. That was supposed to be a ground pound. I was like, that's interesting. Is Valby's ground pound actually different from other characters' ground pounds? That was close. It does feel like overall stuff is dropping more often. Not just that it's a higher level, but there are more drops in total. Maybe there's more enemies in total? Could definitely see that being a thing. Because as we were saying, in some quests, these dungeons in particular, there are entirely new side components slash enemy encounters. I feel like just the chances of an individual enemy dropping an item of some variety seem higher. Like that was just 3 enemies in a row that dropped an item. That's pretty rare. Or would have been pretty rare in normal. It's one of my favorite things to do. At the end of a grapple. aggro in the melee. Okay, now I don't remember this specific dungeon very well. I don't think this is really one that I was making a point of grinding at any point. So I'm not going to be able to speak with much accuracy to which parts are new and which parts already exist in the normal version. I don't really remember. This might be new? Don't feel like there were ever really resource defense type components to these dungeons. Quantity of drops does increase in hard mode. Okay, I'm not just going insane. I'm tempted to see if they drop anything because they did. Oh, okay. Oh, that purple was a actual item. Yeah, because at times I have made a point of using gear that has as much of the increased module and equipment drop chance as I can get. So part of me was like, oh, maybe that stuff is just starting to add up. But no, if anything, as of late, I've compromised a bit on that stuff in favor of going for more pure defensive boosts, understanding that we're going into difficult zones. So any perceived increased drop rate, any perceived increase drop rate would seemingly be pretty legit. We did not improve the grinding effectiveness of our gear. At least not recently. If anything, we downgraded it. I like how we're all just standing directly on top of the spawns. Now, that's the item we're supposed to destroy. At least when the enemies are down. The waves are completed. Speaking of being directly on top of the spawns, why not go here then? Hello, sir. Care to step in some water? That's a mini boss. I did not realize that first. We'll nab that. And that is a crafting resource of some value, theoretically. Oh, I'm actually surprised that did not work. Who is shooting us? Sniping all the way over there. Oh. I was gonna say, I heard big drop sounds, and I'm pretty sure we were standing right on top of it. That ultimate rarity. What's that one? The processor? Minimap seems to suggest there are still lots of enemies here. I do not see them. Are they up higher? Are they further this way? Are they down lower? They're down lower. I knew that. I totally knew that. Oh, okay. Might be starting to remember this one a bit. I mean, I sort of remember the areas that we were going through, but in terms of what the actual encounters are like here. Oh. The game just said no. It seemed like a perfectly reasonable way to jump that. Game was not having it. Where are we supposed to go? Oh. Not down. I feel like I saw someone drop down there. Is that right? Doesn't feel like that would be right. If boosting health or shields as well as 20k defense is good, any more and diminishing returns start to hit. Okay. Oh, now I was not paying attention to where we're supposed to go. Okay, yes, this was the one. Final zone that I thought we were headed toward. So yeah, I don't really know. If I don't really know, I mean I really don't. Slight rephrasing that significantly changes the meaning. I really don't know how mathematically the defense numbers change how much damage you take in terms of, you know, are there diminishing returns once you get to a certain number? And for that reason, is there a very clear and obvious breaking point where it no longer makes sense to upgrade those things further? And do you, for that reason, want to prioritize other forms of like health and survivability? I was trying to not use the term defense. For, you know, do you want to use health and shields rather than pure defense? This area, and I remember this guy. I remember his immunity phase. Hate how these things float around. Little spots that are vulnerable make it surprisingly difficult. It? Even when you're standing right next to him? Oh.
This hurts so much.
Bombarded, whatever you want to, bombarded us with little wafted electric projectile. Just ignore the fact that the boss is directly on top of us. Oh, I was about to do this. Also, we have two of our teammates down. One moment. Wasn't really a good time to do that for several reasons, but we did it anyway. That's not where I wanted that to go.
Help me.
Does anyone have any health drops by any chance? they might be willing to share. Oh, actually, yes. Hold on. That was unfortunate timing. I thought he was going to knock us off the edge of the map. Coming. That is okay. So I guess this guy technically does have two separate immunity phases. This sphere, this bubble, and the one where he makes the orbs above his head, like most of the other enemies do. Nah, it really doesn't. Okay, well, I tried. We tested it. That stinks. Come on.
Well,
there we go. What was our final score? Oh, and I guess that, you know, that's one where, as we were talking about before, we spent a while in that final phase fighting the boss. So did that inflate our score, getting us up to close to 20,000? Depends on other forms of defense that you're using. Outside of Enzo, and Kyle, shielding is harder to upkeep with... Oh. Hopefully we got our end of quest rewards. Outside of Enzo and Kyle, shielding is harder to upkeep without good rolls on gear for shield restoration, though some mods change that. Also, there is a way to do high defense, shield, and 1 HP build. Yeah, there is a module that does that, right? Right, yeah, and then it starts getting pretty technical once you go into those details. Of course. So those are conversations that, for the most part, I have not really had. So I am, admittedly, coming largely from a place of ignorance there, but that is something that we will likely want to focus more on in the near future as we're looking to optimize around higher level zones, hard mode, the late game bosses, all that stuff.
That's why humans need us so desperately.
Okay, and we have been getting some interesting drops, although for the most part they've been those amorphous materials that we've not yet been able to do anything with. Kind of just deliberately loading up on these guys. That's only 2.5 minutes? Wow. Acting on the assumption that we're going to want to level up a whole bunch of things. But, oh, wait, what? Huh? That's 2.5 minutes. That's 10 minutes. That's for one. This is for... Huh? Oh, I see. I was like, what is the difference between these two things? It's the same item, they cost the same amount, at least in terms of gold, but one of them is much faster than the other? The answer is this is using the old scrap resource. This is using the new and improved scrap resource that we only just recently got from scrapping level 100 stuff. So it makes the craft significantly faster. It's a quarter of the time, right? So that's kind of intriguing. And if that is a trend that continues, then suddenly things that took a long time before, that's still 10, wait, is that 10 minutes or 10, no, that's 10 hours. Okay. Not seeing the old version. Oh wait, no, that is the old version of this. Okay. That is the old resource. Gotcha. Well, if we really wanted to, we'd look here. Just enhancement materials. Okay. Okay, I mean, that's an intriguing little wrinkle. Right, no worries. No worries, Warcrow. Hit a wall with Jaber at hard mode Pyromaniac, but that is probably a Jaber bug problem. When Ultimate Lepic finishes, you level him, you can get more of your own numbers. Trust the others would rather double check. Yeah. Okay. So, once again, no shortage of level 100 weapons. I think we have determined pretty definitively we do not need to be defensive, protective of our high-level weapons anymore.
If there's something
Unless you
need,
want
you'll need to pay.
start keeping your eyes peeled for ones that happen to have the specific type of rolls you want. Because rather than upgrading versions you already have, you could potentially have one that is just completely good to go, ready-made, 100%, no additional crafts needed. Unlikely, of course, but if so, then it's a nice little bonus. We could use some of those level 100 stuffs to just get some of these other guys up to 100 here. I think we actually, yeah, we do have 2 of these devotions, so we should probably enhance its ability. Okay, I think that's all of the ultimate weapons, and this we use to enhance stuff. Okay, let's do this before I forget. Do that. So admittedly, I don't even remember what this ability does. Hitting enemy weak point, it debuffs the enemy, and then if you hit an ally, it heals them, right? So you reduce enemies' defenses by more, and we give allies better shield recovery and costs us less mana to do that. Okay. Sure. Alright, now let's just do some level upgrades. I think we have enough of the resources to do at least a few of these. We have 3, that might be exactly enough. Do that. No, we're gonna have to keep you at 82 for the time being. Alright, I'm sorry. We will have an odd weapon left out, it seems. Don't sacrifice one of the ultimate weapons to do this, though. That's definitely not the move. Okay. There we go. That's the one that's left, but at 82, it's not in a horrible place, and it's pretty feasible to craft more of these things, and in fact, are we
Magisters
We
are
have
probably
one.
humanity's real hope.
charging up
Don't
right
you
now?
think?
Not quite. Alright, we'll make at least one more of these. Only takes 2.5 minutes using the new and improved resource. So that's nice. And, you know, we could do some of that for the basic weapons, but don't think now is the best time to do that. And, yeah, I might do some weapon crafting off stream, as I said, probably spend more time finding the perfect reactors for each character off stream. That's unfortunate that that's non-attribute, getting the bonus there. Duration and then conditional damage, you know, this is something that we could spend a bunch of time looking into all the minute details for each of the reactors. We can also enhance reactors at that crafting table, remember, which, you know, I did a tiny bit of off-stream one time, I think, but it was not a humongous difference maker. So for the most part, it felt like, oh, this is not really worth doing unless and until you find yourself on your last reactor and you're trying to min-max that, because until then, you might as well just push to the next zone, get a slightly higher level reactor, and that's going to be worth more. It's going to be better. No worries, Warcrow. Great to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so I think, you know, we can, it seems like, you know, there's no real rhyme or reason to do anything in a particular order, unless there's a specific reward that we really like. Then we can target that specific type of weapon that we really like has a chance of dropping from a specific mission. But that all feels like stuff that, you know, is very similar to the things that I've been doing in between streams, just grinding up specific missions for drops that look interesting. Like the Silly Weeper, which I still think is one of the silliest names in the game. But, well, along with status effects like laundry. But, like, Fortress is theoretically the last zone. Does that mean that the types of weapons are also the best? Like, Tamer, I think, was a machine gun that was, for a while, our highest damage weapon, even when it was something like 20 levels lower than the other stuff that was dropping. So, we could upgrade the level on our existing Tamer, and it had some half-decent random stats. I think we got a double crit roll on it. Maybe even double crit plus percentage firearm attack, which is maybe why it was still doing so well, even when it was significantly under-leveled. Or we could just, you know, get a level 100 Tamer to drop directly, and then use that as our base to craft upon. That's an option too. And any other rare weapon that we have our sights set on. Same idea there. Whether it happens to be in what was once upon a time the last zone or somewhere entirely different. I don't know. But the other thing we could attempt is we could try going back to the Hanged Man fight. As we were saying before, we were under level, didn't really know what we were doing previously, and there were some mechanics that we definitely were not super familiar with. One that one-shot our entire team, and someone was sort of explaining how it worked, but then I don't really remember what the details were. Something about the object in the middle. So, I mean, we could just give this a shot and try to learn on the fly a little bit more, and obviously now that we have stronger weapons, that would help as well, and we'd probably tailor our modules a little bit more to give us the defense we're looking for against this specific enemy. Like, think. It was, what, electric damage, I think? Electric damage, weak to toxic. Yeah, so we were using Freyna, that sounds familiar. And we do have some amorphous materials we could potentially use here. So, if we do... switch to
What do you
Freyna.
get when you mix water and arcade?
We still have a specific module setup that we were using, yes, for this exact boss, and it was basically just pure defensive stuff, because we were not sure what we wanted to do offensively, or whether we could afford to take the risk to sacrifice defense for offense. But what we could do is then look on the weapon module side, see if there are ways we can better optimize for damage here. There was definitely, the immunity phase was tough because there's only a very small hitbox, so having a, we probably don't want to use Thunder Cage for that. Making sure that our secondary weapon is good for that would be helpful. After taking an amount of life, it will want to do a heavy attack. We can stop that by hitting the altar in the center. That sounds familiar from what people were saying last time. I just not sure that I know what it looks like when that's going to happen. Like, what is the signal that we need to go into the middle and attack that thing? I don't know. Maybe just having that in the back of our mind, it'll be obvious when it shows up. We didn't know that that was a thing the first go round, so it didn't even occur to us. But it also just didn't happen at all the first time, for whatever reason, when we fought this guy. It only happened the second time. So I don't know, maybe we'll just get lucky and he won't do it as much, or won't do it at all, or maybe the first time it happened and someone just dealt with it immediately and I didn't even know, because I didn't know it was a thing. Alright, well let's give it a shot. I still think we're going to be relying a lot on our teammates here. We are stronger.
I am analyzing the void paradox.
Maybe not strong enough to be doing huge chunks of damage, but enough to do something. Okay. Let's try it. So, still think it's going to be very challenging for us. So we also improved our external components a little bit, our defensive stuffs. Our reactor is stronger, theoretically. Oh, our reactor is not optimized for Freyna, and we could go back to pick one up for Freyna, because we did find at least one or two that seemed especially good for her. Of the ones that dropped, this character seemed to get the best, the reactors that were best suited for her. This guy does look cool. You gotta give him that. How's our damage look? Early indication. If two people level 40, or we're level 40 as well in this character, one person level 31, for whatever that means, but it's mostly just defenses. I mean, we know that everyone participating in this fight is has gone through higher level zones and has hopefully level 100 gear. We didn't the first time we did this fight, but you now. Oh, that's a Holmes. I did not realize that. That was also a little bit strange. Oh, that person is still not up. Or a different person went down? Okay, I'm gonna trust that you have them. Kind of close to going through the shields. I think he usually went into an immunity phase pretty soon after that. Because the problem was we kept on running out of time. Or at least that was the case for the first match. And the second match, that was going to be the issue, at least until he did the super kill effect. So this is the immunity phase. And with the immunity phase, he has very high damage move, and he has that tiny little thing that we can hit in his mouth, basically. That's the big attack. It unsurprisingly did kill someone. He's about to do this again with it. But not only does this thing hard to hit, this tiny little weak point, he moves a lot, which makes it harder to go after it. And also, get this person. It seems like if you don't hit it for a little while, it heals. Yeah, this is seemingly not boding well for us right now. Like right now, whatever progress we may have made damaging his weak point, minimal as it may be, now we definitely do not have enough health to tank it. Is he out of his weak? No, he's doing that again. Okay, I thought I was safe because I was hiding behind this thing. I was not. He's also charging up the attack again. Right there. And killed the guy who just revived us. It's just, it feels like an obnoxious one. Because this phase is such a pain in the butt. Okay, we dealt the tiniest bit of damage. We hit him, what, like twice? In his weak point there. But he will not stand still. It got him a tiny bit. I tried to dodge, but did not do so successfully. And you have to be in his line of fire to have any chance of hitting him in that weak point. Because otherwise he's facing an entirely different direction. Well, I guess if you're basically 90 degrees away from me, that is the sweet spot. Still have an angle to hit him, and he just barely cannot hit you. Oh, he's gonna kill us right now. You just barely dodge it. Want to be right up next to him rather than long range? Is that better? And look, it's back at full health. It just feels like a slap in the face. Like the developers going, screw you. Oh, and somebody left? Okay, I think. I suppose similar to what I've said previously on the resource defense missions, although in this case, I empathize with them a little bit more. It feels a little more understandable. I got my hopes up for a second and thought that that meant his immunity phase was over. It's not. He looks cool, this boss. He is not fun. To be blunt, not remotely fun to fight. Is some of that from approaching the fight the wrong way? Maybe. Yeah, if you're up closer, a little less room. I don't know why that didn't hit us. Wonderful.
I'm in danger.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can't win at this rate. Last death count. We're gonna bleed out. It's gonna be game over. It's very simply put, I don't enjoy that. Doesn't feel fun. It just feels really frustrating, really tedious. And maybe some of that can be mitigated by better positioning, having stronger weapons, and what have you. But the fact remains that the guy just does not stop moving. Besides maybe a 3 to 5 second window while he is charging up his attack that almost one-shots you. And you almost always need to be in the line of fire of that one-shot or near one-shot move in order to be able to damage him. And that phase goes on until you deal a significant amount of damage, and your progress in that phase is completely removed if you do not sustain damage against him. That might be the part that, well, not that that's the worst part per se, but the combination of those things together feels really, really, what's the right word? Harsh, I guess? So, I mean, basically, what I'm hoping for is that we happen to go into a lobby with 1 or 2 people who are just really good, have a lot of damage, know exactly what they're doing, and especially in those immunity phases can help us coast through. Which I think in the second fight that we did last go round was a little bit more so the case. So we were on pace to clear him out, or at least we're close to it, but then he did that big move that wiped everyone. All these bosses feel like they can invalidate any permanent progress you try to do because there's no permanent progress. It's not all of them, but the other really tricky one is the Devourer, which is the one that has a ton of healing that he can do an unlimited number of times and for unlimited amounts of healing, and is tanky enough that it's not easy to get him out of that healing phase. Now, he's a low enough level boss that eventually it is possible to get high damage, and you can lower his health quickly enough that he only has time to go through the healing phase once, and you can get through the healing phase more quickly. But at this point, for a boss that is level 95, when the highest level gear we can possibly get is 100, it's only a little bit higher, so that's not enough of a difference to be able to just zoom through by any means. So it has to come down to either optimizing really well or being really good at the mechanics. But the mechanics are also really unforgiving. So, I mean, I guess we'll give it another shot, but it's not exactly like... I legitimately do not feel like my own contributions make any difference whatsoever. Because maybe in the non-immunity phases, but the non-immunity phases are statistically insignificant. All that matters is the immunity phase, being able to get good sustained damage there, and I cannot contribute in that way. Maybe I can help run around and revive people, but I do not have enough damage, and I cannot get the damage consistently enough on that small little target that is constantly moving to be of much of any use for this fight. So I do not enjoy this, but I feel obligated to get past this fight so that we can unlock the hard mode enemies. And I'm curious for those ones, much like with the hard mode quests, are they just the same mechanically as they were, but higher damage and higher health? Or are there additional changes that they made and make it a little more complex of an encounter? I don't know. And we have all level 40s. That's maybe a little bit of an indication that this squad might be working. Oh, okay, we have way more damage. We have way more damage now. Like, do you see how much damage we have? Somebody did go down. Hold on. They're doing more than I was, I'm sure, so I will revive them. Look at that. All that it came down to was having a group of teammates who were way, way better than I was. And I'm surprised that we were able to get that much damage. I would not have thought it would be possible to melt him like that, right? Alright, well, we do have some amorphous materials. This one has a chance of giving us a glade drop. I don't remember. Or a glade component drop. Don't remember if that's one that we already have, but I feel like we have to give that a shot. Otherwise, it's various Enzo stuff. Still only 6% chance here. Okay, now it's the common one. It's the most likely one. Okay, so I'm not exactly keen on going back to get the other amorphous materials on that guy. If we had that exact same team, maybe. Oh, we are level... Oh, well, I was about to say, we are level 40 now. We got some levels from that. No, we switched characters. This character was already maxed out. Okay. I am curious to see what we got from that. It would not be level 100 stuff. It'd be level 95. So that means not as useful in terms of... in terms of weapon transmission related stuff. But the Tamer is the type of weapon that we were using as our primary before we switched over to the Thunder Cage. We mostly just switched over to the Thunder Cage because there was a weekly quest for it that we still haven't finished, technically. But Tamer had higher DPS, and does right now, despite being 5 levels lower, has a pretty significant DPS improvement at that. The random stats, I like the crit damage. Not a huge fan of the other stuff. So basically what I'm wondering is, could this become our base to craft on and ultimately be our end game primary weapon? I mean, it's not really amazing statistically. I feel like we just wait until we get a level 100 Tamer, and then we don't have to worry about leveling it up, and it may very well have better random stats than this one does, because this only has one that looks good. Let's trash the level 95 stuff. Okay, this gives the usual crafting resources that we are used to seeing. And the reactors got 3 level 95 ultimate rarity reactors. It is non-attribute bonus on a non-attribute reactor, which is nice, but I feel like, given how quickly and easily we were able to get the ultimate rarity reactors at level 100, I'm not really sure we have much of a use case at all for these. Unless it happened to have absolutely amazing random rolls. It just seemed perfect for us. Crit rate, if that were crit damage, it might have been a combo worth considering. I think we just dump those. Then on this side, this starts to get a little bit interesting because we should have a new set. The Acrobat set, with specific bonuses if we get multiple in this group. Oh, wow. The bonuses are pretty incredible. You get 2 of a kind, you get... I mean, to be fair, the numerical values are fairly low, but skill power and firearm attack are 2 very good stats. And then if you get all 4, you get firearm crit rate, which is also really good, and skill crit rate, which is also really good. So I do really like that. The random stats on them, not thrilling. I mean, yeah, we'd miss out on the resistances that we're running right now, which is a deliberate thing. We're trying to make sure we're covering for. We might hold on to them just so that we have them for future use, but... Oh, right, and this is one we were eyeing before. That also has skill crit rate, skill power, and skill cost, so... I mean, that's... the numbers might be slightly higher there. It's a little more specialized. Skill crit rate 18... Oh no, skill crit rate 21. Okay, this is just, from a bonus stat standpoint, seemingly objectively better. But a pain in the butt to get these, because it requires fighting that dude that I do not like. So, I don't know. We'll see. If we do happen to fight him more often, then maybe we'll get some better rolls on these guys. Okay, and it seems like that was also something that this guy was waiting for us to do. This is probably going to be instructions on fighting the hard mode colossi. Okay, I am going to skip this though, because you are annoying. Got a ton of gold, a ton of Kuiper shards, and the crafting resource for adding the extra glyph on either a character module page or a weapon module page. Okay. Not bad. And then what I am wondering now is, can we immediately... Oh, not normal mode. I'm looking for hard mode. We can go straight to the Executioner, which is level 102. Okay, now, but if this drops items... Does this give us level 102 items? Is that actually possible to exceed level 100 in that case? I admittedly kind of forgot that there may still be avenues to getting even higher level gear still. So this is a boss that we have fought in the normal mode, so mechanically we're familiar with it, unless of course it has changed in hard mode. So as we were saying before, is it just higher health, higher damage, or are other things different as well? So, let's see, it's weak to, well, same thing. Strong, or deals electric damage, and it is weak to toxic damage, so Freyna technically would be the right character, and we did pick up some of these amorphous materials, so we could give this a go. Yeah? Maybe we give it 1 or 2 attempts, see how we fare. Mechanically, it is, at least was, a simpler boss fight, but it is going to be a few levels higher than the one we just defeated. I am curious how that affects things. Also, that's not the page I meant to go to. Well, I guess we don't really have anything we're trying to change here. Same general setup. Okay. I guess we'll just... Oh, wait, hold on. Lids, you buffoon. You forgot... What? Capacity cost. No, not capacity cost. Enhancement, that's what I'm looking for. You forgot this! We have 10 extra module capacity to work with. How could I have been so blind? What would we like to do with 10? I'll probably dump safe recovery, because this was not really a huge difference maker for us. We just took it because we had a little bit of extra module capacity to spare, but now we can actually put on something as high as 14. Give us huge AoE. Fire resistance, not super relevant. Skill crit rate. Toxin resistance, not really relevant. Crit damage and crit rate for skills. Cooldowns. Duration plus healing. Ooh. We might want this. To be honest, just to eke out a little more electric resistance. Well, 600 is not a ton relative to 4,600. Maybe getting one more rank up on this increased HP. Or we could fit this in, but I don't think that's going to make a big difference against a boss. Shields we can't afford right now. Yeah. I think... What was the one we were just eyeing? Oh, upgrading the health. That means we'll have 13 to spare, and then we could throw... I don't love that. Could throw you on, I guess? We have at least some stuff going on offensively. And that last HP upgrade is going to be very expensive, because it is, what, like the 8th time we'll have ranked up that module? Something along those lines. And they start to get far more expensive at that point. Do the same for defense, actually. Gives us quite a bit more, as does this. 400,000. This will also be the same. Yeah, same amount of upgrades, same base rarity. Okay, so if we do this, we have more health. We do not have any module capacity to spare unless we were to swap out that offensive module that we were using in favor for something else that costs a little bit less. That costs 13. If we switched it to Nimble Fingers for cooldown, we would have room. Or this for even more defenses. And honestly, I just don't think our skills are going to be the thing that makes a huge difference here. I think I am going to do that. And then... Oh, actually, this is in the slot where it's getting a discount. Okay.
Modules will make you stronger.
Enhance you. Get even more defense. Okay. Well, that means we have 2 module capacity to spare, so we could... I guess this is an offensive one that we have right now. Extra range and and defensive, because we're getting the shields as well. We could do this. It is gonna force us to take it off Bunny and Viessa. Maybe it's not worth it. Yeah, we could switch some things around for those two. But I do like upgrading this in general. Let's do it. Let's do it anyway. Oh, yeah. Unequip it for them so we can upgrade it here. And then we'll do it again, and now you see it gets exorbitantly expensive because this is a higher rarity module than these were. Same number of times we've upgraded it, but it costs twice as much, I think. Now we have to take it off Sharon as well. So be it. We will make adjustments where necessary, and we did, of course, pick up one of those resources that allows us to add one of the glyphs to another character, and therefore we could use one of those to create some more space to put on modules like the one we just upgraded. Alright, so let's at least give this 1 or 2 attempts, see how we go. Can't get past. I mean, we tried. That was what, our 4th attempt, which is not a crazy amount, but we had at least a few attempts that went pretty horribly wrong. So it's not, and it was just a matter of time until we got a group that was way better than the other groups that we had gone with before, and they absolutely melted him. They just deleted him. I basically stood there and watched as they did everything. So I cannot take... I revived someone right as the encounter was ending. And that was about the extent to which I contributed. So I'm curious, though, the Executioner being technically, what was it, 5 or no, I think 7 levels higher than the Hanged Man. But again, we've fought this boss before in normal difficulty. Huh? Why is it sending us to Albion? Huh? Oh, okay. No, this is not Albion. I was like, do we have to have some conversation with an NPC first or something that we accidentally skipped? Okay. No, actually, of all the basic normal mode enemies, normal mode bosses, this is probably the boss that I fought the least. So it was not in at least one of the betas. Did it look a little bit different? Quite curious to see how this goes. Now, this boss did not have... It did have an immunity phase, as basically every boss does, but it did not have any sort of healing or anything especially nasty like that. It's not shooting while I'm trying to use my ultimate. So, we are not melting this boss at the same rate that we melted the previous boss at. However, given how this boss, the immunity phase, I think just has a set duration. I mean, yes, you can damage them, probably end it earlier. I don't actually remember if you have to deal a certain amount of damage before it switches back. Unlike the previous one where you have to destroy the specific body part to progress. And again, no key. That is key. Oh, okay. Doing the jumps. That is a thing. There's the immunity. Shoot the thing on the back. I believe this phase can still end just from the amount of time that it takes to get through it, even if we don't deal much damage. But it may just be that I was spoiled by this previously being a boss that was in a lower difficulty and just didn't even realize when people were dealing damage to the weak point. We also don't move as much. It's still a little hard. I think the little ribbons prevent you from getting to the weak point. Seems a little silly how pieces of cloth prevent a bullet from hitting, but you know, who am I to say? Okay, but there you go. See, immunity phase over. Means already way less painless. way more painless, I should say. Relative to previous immunity phase with the Hangman. Well, painless is not a word I would ever use to describe that immunity phase for the Hangman in the first place. That requires a different set of vocabulary. Oh, okay, knocking me down. Now, admittedly, we've not gotten through even the shields yet. Oftentimes with the colossi, the shields are bigger than the health bar is. So it's not really a halfway point. It's a little more than that, at least from a pure damage standpoint. I think we'll find the health bar will go down a little bit more quickly. I definitely missed that one. The moment that I activated my ultimate. We are running low on ammo and also health. Let's do something about that. There we go. Oh, hold on. Let me at him. Come on. Just in time. Oh, community phase. Okay. Figured we'd have at least one more of those before the fight was through. Focusing much on the little indicators on the ground showing us when and where those are gonna land. Oh, I thought the immunity phase ended already. I was about to say, look at how quick that one was. Oh, they got it. Fair enough. Okay, now immunity phase. Not when I'm activating the ultimate, please. I will use that for you. Thank you very much. Okay, see, like, timing-wise, I am starting to get a little concerned here. Does feel like we are in need of a little bit more damage. I'm quite sure we are on pace after all. No, please don't do that. I just wanted to shoot you in the weak point over here. Thank you. No, no thank you. I take it back. I don't know. Can I do this quickly enough? Half-ish health now. If there's another immunity phase, then definitely make it impossible. Oh, running out of ammo is not good. well, I may have jinxed it. Either that or that was, you know, destined to happen at a certain health percentage amount. But with only 2 minutes left, I think that probably seals the deal for us. Lots of success hitting the weak point. There is something to be said for using the more accurate weapons in those types of phases. Well, I mean, it did end pretty quickly. Trying to literally go super point blank for 2 minutes. Oh, do a jump? You did do a jump. One minute left. Looking pretty dire. Difference maker. Start to see the benefit of smithereens, because it does feel like, I was about to say, you can fire it a whole bunch of times before it runs out of ammo, right as it ran out of ammo. But yes, we ran out of time, which was becoming increasingly clear that was going to end up being the case. I mean, mechanically, still pretty straightforward. Got farmers geared to drop. Very nice. Okay, well, let's try rerunning this one. I think, kind of like in the previous case, a lot of it is going to come down to having people who have more damage than us who happen to hop in the lobby with us. Unlike in the previous fight, where there was also the risk of the boss wiping the entire team in the blink of an eye, or having a 10-minute long immunity phase, and I'm only partially exaggerating that. At times it was 5 minutes. You know, in this case, it's just a high health pool. Oh, I also didn't see that. There's that little side quest now for completing the research on any ultimate Descendant, which admittedly not really made an effort to do yet. I've not gone out of my way to try to grind those crafting materials, because for the most part I was kind of acting on the assumption that they were going to only drop in the higher level zones that we did not yet have access to, or there were some that we could already see fairly early on, but they were always the 2 or 3% drop chances. Okay, let's see. We have a Freyna, an Ajax, and a Bunny.
No chance.
Freyna, theoretically good from a toxic damage standpoint. That's why we're taking her, although, you know, at least for us, it comes down more to weapon damage, we suspect. Should technically do this immediately. Get it back on its cooldown as quickly as possible. I mean, I don't wanna... I'm just keeping a close eye on the health bar and seeing how quickly it goes down here relative to the previous attempt. But I also don't want to jinx anything. So I'm just going to note the fact that I am paying attention to it and leave it at that. Also, I definitely missed poison party. Don't tase me, bro. hit that. It's not that difficult. It is a gigantic target. I have no excuse to give you. It's just horrible aim. Okay, here comes first immunity phase. So we had 2. Oh wait, did we have 2 or did we have 3, I think, actually, in the previous fight? No worries, Camilo. No worries. Oh, did I get out of there quickly enough? No, I did not. Yeah, get some rest, man. No worries. Oops. Oh, here. General round. Take this phase to, there we go. Scrounge around for somebody. Just in time for you to come back out of your immunity phase. Excuse you. Maybe a little bit more of a point of deliberately targeting weak points during that phase. Woo! Okay. Everything is fine. And yeah, remember that theoretically, Freyna, along with Blair and Valby, are characters who are apparently going to get buffed. So, we're attempting this fight with a character who is potentially going to get stronger in the relatively near future. I was trying to dodge that. I sidestepped. I meant to actually roll, but I pressed the wrong button. We are fortunate that we did not get hit there. Uh-oh. Sephiroth, no! Looks like our teammate is getting... yeah. Oh, hello. Please stop pointing that at me. It makes me feel uncomfortable. I don't like it when you do that. Oh, ran out of ammo again. Well, we do have a different kind of weapon we can use in about 2 seconds. This one. No! Horrible timing. That lifeline. Actually, for what it's worth in this phase, actually might make sense to not use the general rounds, but that's beside the point. Now that phase is over. Also, ow. Please don't shoot me. I am going to die if you shoot me. I don't know if you notice how small our health bar is. Slightly better now. Healing pacing wise, keep at it. And given what happened in the previous encounter, I think we have to assume there's at least a chance you're might still see another immunity phase, unfortunately. That one, maybe was a little close further away and moved away from the projectile, but still. Once again, I just cannot hit with the basic ability. Oopsie daisy. Oh, no, just attack him. Don't waste this opportunity. We are also lucky we did not get hit by that. Hey, that one. This force field is going to be super helpful from this angle. Just know it. There is the last immunity phase. Not bad. I don't know. Oh no, someone went down. Right in the middle of all this. Get him in time. Decent number of hits in there. Come on. Okay, out of immunity, we have 2 minutes. Just again. Ow. Help. Thank you. There we go. We got it. That's Transcendent rarity right there. And it's a new type of external component set, or it's just one that we haven't seen in a little while. Well, that's another external Transcendent rarity module. And that might be for Valby, just based on the name. We can cache one of these in. Let's see. Ultimate Viessa being the preferred drop there. Even that Lepic stabilizer. Ultimate Glay. Imagine if we just skipped normal Glay altogether and went Ultimate Glay. We also have basically nothing for Kyle. So maybe we go for this one. If we get the Kyle, it's not a terrible thing. There also were some unique weapons that were only craftable once we reach Mastery rank level 15, which I just did before we started the stream today. So that might have been one of them. Okay. Let's head back to Albion. Maybe we'll take a closer look at the loot we just picked up. Let's see. Did we get any weapons out of that? And if so, are they still just level 100, or do they actually go above that? It looks like they might still be just level 100. I think this was one of the types of shotguns that we liked. If we were to get good mods on this, this could be tempting to use. I mean, despite being the same exact level as Thunder Cage... Oh, well, wait, Thunder Cage. Smithereens is the real comparison we should be making here. It's still, despite being the same level, a humongous DPS improvement in theory. Despite not having great stats here, probably would prefer to have... I mean, the toxic attack is not terrible, but rounds per magazine... Recoil, no thanks. Weak point damage, I mean, on a shotgun, doesn't feel great. So we could potentially re-roll the mods there until we find something we like, and that could become our primary shotgun, at least when we're not messing around experimenting with smithereens. So that's a little tempting. I think I'm going to deliberately not trash that. Here's another in a blink. That also doesn't really have good random stats. Otherwise, there was a point in time where we used Line of Blue Mane as our primary weapon. It is good crit hit damage roll. I don't know if that's reason enough to use it, though. The Rascal, I think, was our primary assault rifle fairly early on, and so I'm assuming that makes it a less effective type of machine gun. Did I say assault rifle? It's a machine gun. Primary weapon, but machine gun. Whoa. Okay, now this technically has lower DPS listed as this. This has 38% crit damage. This has 41% crit damage. Now, it's not that big of a difference. They're both really high. That is higher still. And in this case, you know, you might do something like lock in that crit damage roll and re-roll all the other stuff, in which case you actually would prefer to use this one instead. Maybe we'll hold on to that too. If you could get a 13% crit rate, along with that big crit damage, then you're in business. Let's dump the other stuff. Okay. Then on the reactor side, I mean, we'll take a quick look at what we got for the first time here. Fire bonus on an electric reactor. Range on electric reactor. It's not a horrible thing. Fire on a fire reactor, that certainly works, but then non-attribute as well. It's so close. So close to being great, but not quite what we were looking for there. And, you know, I'll go through and I'll figure out which of these are actually worth holding on to and which ones are not sometime later on, but I think this is where I'm intrigued. These guys. Supernova processor, which we apparently now have 2 of. If we use 2, electric skill power modifier 8.6%. Well, what is this 4-of-a-kind set? Fusion skill power modifier 12%. On electric skill attack, upon an enemy being inflicted with electrocution, activates Electrocutioner's Thunderbolt at the target location, dealing additional electric damage equivalent to 100% of skill power modifier, cooldown 2 seconds at 50% chance. That sounds crazy good. Might not be quite a 100% chance of proccing. Also, I hate the other mods on this, or at least the item acquisition distance modifier. The shield is, I guess, not a bad roll, and the defense roll is absolutely ginormous. But the set bonus, at least for a character like Bunny, is who I'm thinking of, would make this extremely good. You benefit from the electric damage, and then you're taking out a whole bunch of enemies with electrocution. Most of her skills do apply electrocution, so that's not really an issue. And then you just get free damage from this. Now in this case, electric resistance, better than what we currently have. Sieve, search radius, blah. Very high defense roll. I mean, basically, it seems like we would love to get more of these types of these supernova external components, just not the ones that we currently got. Not the ones that we just received. Those are a little lackluster, in a way. But that is exciting, at the very least. That is something we can keep our eyes peeled for in the future. And, I might try to grind up that fight a little bit more. But we also got a few new Transcendent rarity modules. One for Esimo. Cluster bomb detonating an attached bomb creates additional explosives at the detonated location. Having never played Esimo before, I don't really know what the significance of that is. But this is for Valby, as suspected tidal wave does not leave watery trails when moving. I assume this is when using the movement skill. When moving through a monster, inflicts skill damage on them. When the skill ends, deals burst damage to nearby enemies. Okay. So basically, instead of creating damage over time ground effects, you deal direct damage from going through enemies in that mobility mode, because it does allow you to pass through enemies, so that is a thing. That's not new, but the direct damage is. Then the burst of damage, I'm curious how much damage. It doesn't give us a number, and what the radius of that is doesn't give us a number for that either. So it's interesting. Probably worth testing out to see how we feel about it, because I do like Valby's crowd control potential, and if we can deal this burst damage to nearby enemies, is it like her other ability where she charges forward and not only deals damage in an area but knocks enemies back? Because if so, then that starts to become tempting, or especially tempting. And one of the use cases for this ability is also sometimes to run over to a teammate more safely to try to get them revived, and oftentimes that means going right past enemies. So if you can more reliably deal damage to them, clear out some space so you can get the revive done, then that also could be a reason why that could be useful. So that's intriguing. I do kind of like the looks of that one. And I think that may be a good stopping point for us for tonight, because we tried out several of the hard mode missions. It doesn't really seem like there's a natural flow to them, because you can just do whichever mission you want whenever you want. Just want to see if there is anything new popping up here that we did not previously see. We want to get started on before the night is through. I think we did get something for the final masterpiece in that most recent amorphous material that we just cashed in. I'm guessing it's the one that we only have one of the primary resource, or the rarer resource for. Probably this right here. Sure. And then obviously we can do more of the crafting materials if we felt so inclined. And given how it seems like we have confirmed level 100, that is the maximum. Doesn't matter if you're fighting bosses that have actually higher than level 100. So all the more reason to just say, all right, do whatever phase exchanger stuff you want to do to get all of your preferred weapons up to 100. And once they're at 100, do whatever adjustment controls rerolls you want to do to optimize them, because they're not going to get any higher than what we are seeing right now. So that is something that we can kind of take a little bit of comfort in, since there was always that question in the back of our mind of, is it worth waiting a little bit to get something that could be a little bit stronger in the future? But no worries at this point. But with that being said, I think this is a good place for us to wrap up, because we got a lot of stuff done. As I was saying, we jumped off the edge of the map, most importantly. We completed several missions in hard mode, so I don't really know. Are there specific missions in hard mode that we must do to possibly progress the quest a little bit? Like, if we do the final dungeon, does that give us some cutscene that concludes absolutely everything? I don't know. But then we got the Hanged Man fight, which I really did not think we were going to succeed on, at least not anytime soon. So that was a nice bonus, along with, we just did that Stunning Beauty. To check all those things off the list, we'll take it.